Thanks for being here. This is true crime and celebrity news. If true crime and live court trials and short videos your thing, with some celebrity news thrown in, please consider subscribing to my channel and also don't forget to hit the like button. If you enjoy the content, please check and make sure the notification bell is on. Have a wonderful day and see you in the next live.
Good morning, true crime friends. It is Tuesday, February 3rd, and it is 11:12 a.m. Iowa time. Sorry, I'm running a little late. I wasn't feeling really too good this morning, but I'm here and we're gonna get this live going. I believe they're on their way to lunch, so we can zoom right on through lunch. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. It snowed in Iowa last night. Ugh, so sick of snow. And it's cold. So the first witness on the stand for the day is the medical examiner. Can't remember what his name was. He's not from here. He's from he lives in America, but he's not from America. You know what I'm saying? Not too much to report on. I guess I haven't really I was watching some things on this trial last night. But it was just another YouTuber, making a video on it. So I don't want to come out with wrong information because I can't make sure that it is true or whatever. So there's that. They're not having the best of day today. So come on, jump. All right, well, let's get it started because my dog's going to start to bark. All right, here we go.
All right, thank you, everyone. You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for being here on time. As instructed, we're ready to begin again with regard to the state of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24 CR 0547. Is the state ready to proceed?
Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bolden, you may call your next witness.
Dr. Andrew Falzon.
Could you get Andrew Falzon, please?
Sir, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can have a seat. Sir, if you could state and spell your name for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Andrew. Last name is Falzon. Falzon.
And sir, where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed as a consultant pathologist with Mater Dei Hospital in Malta, Europe.
And what are your role, or what do you do as a consultant forensic pathologist there?
I oversee a pathology lab, one of the satellite labs on a separate island, and I also provide forensic services to the hospital.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your prior employment before working at the hospital in Malta?
So I started as a associate medical examiner with the state of Georgia, with the GBI in Decatur, Georgia. That was from 1999 to 2001. After that, I was the assistant medical examiner for Middlesex County, New Jersey. And then when my chief retired, I became the chief medical examiner for the county. And I then took over the chief state medical examiner position for the state of New Jersey.
Throughout your career, has it been part of your job to conduct autopsies when requested by law enforcement or otherwise?
Yes.
Approximately, if you know, over the course of your career, how many autopsies have you performed?
Over 3,500 post-mortem examinations.
Can you speak a little bit to your professional experience?
I graduated as a doctor of medicine and surgery from the University of Malta. I did a rotating internship there. I then started a master's degree program at the University of Mississippi Medical Center, and I graduated with a master's degree in anatomy in '92. I then enrolled in a pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at the University of Mississippi, and following that, I did a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the University of Alabama, Birmingham.
Have you also had an occasion to teach in the area of pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I did.
Can you speak just briefly to that, sir?
I usually, whichever locality I'm working at, I teach forensic pathology to various classes, usually undergrad classes.
Do you serve on any boards, sir?
As the chief state med examiner, I served on the domestic violence fatality near fatality review board, and also the child fatality review board, both the state board and the suicide subcommittee. I still serve on the suicide subcommittee of the child fatality review board.
Again, briefly, do you have trainings and certifications in the area of forensic pathology?
Once I completed my training in pathology, I took the American Board of Pathology certifying exams. I am board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Have you spoken at conferences related to the area of forensic pathology?
I've presented at mainly at the National Association of Medical Examiners meeting, on any research that myself or the office was conducting.
And have you previously testified in court before as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many times?
Over 100 times, mainly in the state of New Jersey, but also in the state of Georgia.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. Falzon as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
All right, any objection by the defense, or would you like to voir dire the witness?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This witness is declared an expert in the area of forensic pathology. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Falzon, I'd like to turn your attention back to January the 20th of 2001. Just to be clear, where were you working at that time, sir?
At that time, I was working with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in Decatur, Georgia.
And on that date, did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on the body of Tara Baker?
Yes, I did. Can you describe briefly the condition in which the body was received?
The body was received enclosed in a black body bag, and the body, to my recollection, was that she was unclad, she didn't have any clothes on her, and it was extremely charred.
Do you take steps to ensure that the person you are performing the autopsy on matches the, I guess, submission from law enforcement, I guess?
Yes, I do.
Okay. At the time, do you recall, or would you have noted receiving any historical or case information related to the request for the autopsy?
Typically we would receive that. I haven't seen any copies of those recently, so I don't recall exactly.
Can you tell us briefly what an autopsy consists of?
An autopsy is a post-mortem examination, typically performed to establish the cause and manner of death. We would start by reviewing the history surrounding the case. Then we'd move on to the examination of the body. Certain cases, we would do x-rays prior to actually starting the examination. Then you describe the clothing, remove the clothing, collect any trace evidence if indicated, and then you start the external examination, the examination of the body from head to toe, front and back. Once that is documented and you look for any injuries, document those, take the necessary photographs. Then you move on to an internal examination whereby we do an incision across the chest and abdomen, remove the organs of the chest and the abdomen. We'll make an incision across the top of the scalp,
remove the skull cap, examine the brain, and then finally we'd examine the neck organs. During the course of the autopsy, we'll also collect specimens for toxicology and DNA as indicated.
Do you also take photographs while the autopsy is being conducted?
Correct.
And is it common practice to reduce the findings of your autopsy in the form of a written report?
Yes.
I do know that the screen will go completely black when they are showing pictures of Miss Baker, which is only respectful because I don't want to see those pictures. But I just want her to get justice, but I don't want to, I'm always stuck on these trials. I feel like there could be someone else, I mean, do they just feel like she wouldn't be with someone, like who's saying that she wouldn't be with this person? They say she didn't know him. Well, how do they know? Are they just assuming she didn't know him? Those are my questions that I run through my head. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 1?
It is a copy of the autopsy report drafted and signed by myself.
Is that the autopsy related to the case involving Tara Baker?
Correct.
I move to tender State's 1 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to go through your report kind of sequentially as it's outlined in State's Exhibit 1. Let's talk a little bit about the receipt of the body. I think I kind of just touched on this earlier, but if you could speak to what your report reflects as to how the body was received.
Correct. The body bag was, there were tags affixed to the body bag zipper that had the case information relevant to this case.
Can you speak generally to, you mentioned an external examination. We're going to try and take it in order. What was the first thing that you did with Ms. Baker as it relates to that external examination?
Photographs would have been taken, and then overall assessment of the body, the charring, the degree of rigor mortis, and the sticking of the muscles that happened post-mortem, any lividity, the settling of blood in the dependent areas, general observations.
Let's talk a little bit about the injuries that you noted to Ms. Baker's body, starting with those on the head and neck, sir. Can you describe those in general?
The injuries on the head and neck were mainly in the form of blunt force injuries. When we describe injuries, there's three main categories: blunt force injuries that are caused by a blunt instrument, whether that be a fist, a piece of wood, a hammer. Those are all blunt force injuries. There's sharp force injuries that are caused by objects with a cutting edge. Could be a knife, could be a shard of glass. And then there's gunshot wounds. In the case of Ms. Baker, she had multiple blunt force injuries, mainly in the form of bruises around the eyes, the right and left sides of the head, and on the neck. She also had, on the neck, she also had a stab wound on the right lower front of the neck, and she had a ligature mark that surrounded the neck.
Specifically, as it relates to the stab wound, can you describe in a little bit more detail what you observed?
The stab wound, like I said, was on the right lower front. When I describe a stab wound, typically I will imagine the face of a clock overlying the wound. And in this case, the wound was oriented between the 10 o'clock and the 4 o'clock on the lower front of the neck.
You also mentioned a ligature mark encircling Ms. Baker's neck. Can you speak a little bit more to that, please?
Yes. The ligature mark completely encircled the neck. It had one mark on the back of the neck and two marks on the front, which indicated that the ligature had been wrapped around the neck, crossed over in the front, and the ligature held on the sides.
Did you note any other injuries to Ms. Baker's neck?
She had some blunt force injuries to the neck. Not sure if there was something specific here. If I may look at the report. She had contusions, bruises below the on the left ear, below the left ear, and behind the left ear.
Moving, and we'll come back to that momentarily, Dr. Falzon. Did your external examination of Ms. Baker also include injuries to her torso?
It did, yes.
And again, I'm going to ask you to briefly summarize the extent of those injuries that you observed.
The injuries to the torso were mainly in the genital and anal area.
Can you go into a little bit more detail about those injuries, sir?
Again, they were in the form of blunt force injuries, bruising on the right side of her vulva down to the posterior aspect of the vulva, and she also had a bruise that completely encircled the anal region.
And lastly, Dr. Falzon, did you note any injuries to Ms. Baker's extremities?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
Those were mainly in the form of sharp force injuries, injuries caused by a cutting instrument, and they were limited to the back of her hand, which could be classified as defensive type injuries, the injuries that a person would sustain trying to ward off an attack.
Did part of your internal examination of Ms. Baker include examination of the organs of the neck?
Yes, I did.
And particularly, what, if anything, did you observe in that part of the internal examination of Ms. Baker?
As part of the examination of the neck structures, we look at the bones and the cartilages that make up the neck. One of the bones that we have in the neck is called the hyoid bone. It's a C-shaped bone that sits above the larynx. With cases of strangulation, we often see fractures in the hyoid bone. In the case of Ms. Baker, there were fractures on both the right and left sides of the hyoid bone.
And based on your training and experience, sir, what, if any, significance did you attribute to your observation as it related to Ms. Baker's hyoid bone?
That was part of the strangulation process.
Dr. Falzon, you mentioned that as part of the autopsy, you do take photographs?
Correct.
with me just a second, Dr. Belvon.
Here I'm talking and the mute is on. Again.
2 through 7. We're going to finish labeling them. The rest of the photos here in just a moment. But if you take a look at, again, states 2 through 7. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
Are those states exhibits 2 through 7 fair and accurate representations of the autopsy that you described of Ms. Baker back on January 20th, 2001?
Yes, they are.
States 2 through 7.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted.
And again, I realize this is a little cumbersome.
You may.
This, Dr. Falzon, is states 8 through 14. Same question, they take time, your time. See if you recognize those. And then one last group.
You may.
This is states 15 through 22.
Must be a lot of pictures to look at. I do know that she makes the camera shut off at some point.
Last time. States, I believe, 8 through 22, are those also all true and accurate depictions of your observations of Ms. Baker's body as you observed her at the autopsy on January 20th, 2001?
They are.
The contender states 8 through, let me just start back, 22 through 22.
All right. Well, 2 through 7 have been admitted, so we're now on 8 through 22.
8 through 22.
All right. Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted. And how are you planning on doing that? Just handing them to them? Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So we've had a prior ruling, thank you. So just for any red and black persons who may be here under Rule 22 with a photo opportunity that the court granted, the Rule 22 has been amended to prohibit the media from taking any photographs or videos, of course, of these particular photos that the state is going to introduce to the jury. So if you can turn, thank you for doing that. I saw you turn your camera off. If anyone is here from the red and black pursuant to Rule 22, if you would please not photograph. Go ahead, Mr. Bolton.
Please don't photograph it. I don't want to see it. I would have nightmares for a week of Sundays.
So, Dr. Falzon, you should have a monitor down there to your right. Okay. Dr. Falzon, we're going to start with States Exhibit 2. What is States Exhibit 2, sir?
It's a photograph of the body of Miss Baker as received, and it depicts the face, the torso from the chest down to the hip area, and the upper extremities.
States Exhibit 3, same question.
This would depict the lower aspect of Miss Baker from the upper chest, including the lower extremities, and you can see the charring of the body in this photograph.
States Exhibit 4. What do we see here, sir?
This is a photograph of the face of Miss Baker, showing a degree of charring and also the blunt force injuries that I alluded to prior, notably the bruising around the eyes.
States Exhibit 5. Is that just a slightly different angle of her face?
Correct. It's a slightly closer up view of the face.
Same question as it relates to State's Exhibit
I think we
6.
shut down the cameras.
Again, closer up view, focusing mainly on the right eye.
State's Exhibit 7.
This depicts the left side of the face, and there's again jarring, and you can see there's a braided laceration, kind of like a U-shaped, inverted U-shaped lesion on the left side of the chin.
State's Exhibit 8.
Okay. This is a photograph depicting the left side of the face, neck, and the left shoulder.
Oh,
And you can see
there they go.
the ligature mark on the posterior aspect of the neck.
Exhibit 9, is that just kind of a closer up photograph of what you just described?
Correct. And you can see the single linear mark that extends over the posterior neck. And you can also see the bruising behind the left ear.
State's Exhibit 10. What do we see here, Dr. Falzon?
It's a photograph of the neck aspect. You could see the ligature mark on the top, which is an electric cord, and you can see the plug aspect, the prongs on the left-hand side of the photograph.
And Dr. Falzon, I think you can actually, if it would be helpful, you can, the screen in front of you, you can touch and circle things. Just to clarify what you just described as it relates to the ligature. And I think Your Honor might have to, Mr. Dickey, explain yes. So you made some drawings on
The U-shaped, I need to erase that. Okay. But so I'm marking here the cord, and that's the prong aspect and the plug attached to the cord there.
In this photograph, is the stab wound that you previously described also identifiable in this photograph? Thank you, sir. State's Exhibit 11. What do we see here, sir?
Again, you see the cord here. Difficult to see.
In the circle at the end, is that the
That's the end of the
plug to the
plug, yeah.
It's Exhibit 12. What are we seeing here, Dr. Falzon?
It's the front of the neck. Again, there was extensive charring, and there was a lot of smeared, dried blood on the skin. But you can see the stab wound now. The stab wound had what we refer to as the blunt edge and the sharp edge. When you have a knife, obviously you have a cutting edge of the knife and the back, the non-cutting part of the blade, and they both leave kind of distinct characteristics. But this would be the blunt end there at the back. So you see the blunt end on the, I guess, on the right-hand side of the body, with the sharp edge more directed towards the middle of the body.
We'll come back to that later, Dr. Falzon, but I'm going to move on for now. This is State's Exhibit 13. Is that just a slightly different angle of the stab wound that you just described?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 14, particularly on Ms. Baker's left shoulder. Did you reach any conclusions about that area where there's no charring, sir? that question makes sense.
Right. It looks like an area of what we call sparing. There's no soot and charring on that area, and most likely that was where the plug was resting, kind of like protecting the skin from the soot deposition.
State's Exhibit 15. That's just a slightly different picture of different angle of
Correct. Closer up view.
what we just described. Okay. Okay. These are where it gets even tougher. State's Exhibit 16, Dr. Falzon. What is this photograph?
That's a photograph depicting Miss Baker's genital area. You can see the bruising. The above, this would be kind of like an area of charring, heat damage. So this is not part of the injury she sustained while she was alive, but you can also see the bruising around the introitus, the entryway to the vagina.
And we're going to follow up on that with State's Exhibit 17. Again, I apologize. State's Exhibit 17, what is this a photograph of, Dr. Falzon?
This is a slightly different angle of the vaginal area. You can see a bruising that completely surrounds the anus, which would be this area here. And then you see the bruising on the right-hand side and the posterior aspect of the introitus, the entrance into the vagina.
State's Exhibit 18, is that just a slightly different angle of the last photograph, sir?
Correct.
We're almost done. State's Exhibit 19, shifting gears. What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a photograph of the back of Miss Baker's left hand.
State's Exhibit 20, is that just a slightly different viewpoint of that left hand?
Correct, and it's showing what we refer to as an incised wound. With sharp force injuries, you can have stab wounds where the knife is actually penetrates, the blade penetrates into the body, or you can have an incised wound where the cutting edge is dragged along the surface of the skin. This here is an incised wound that we see that area there.
State's Exhibit 21, again, are we just kind of looking at that same left hand, sir?
Correct, and you can also see there's another incised wound, another cut in the web space between the fourth and fifth fingers. So that would be that area there.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 22, is that just a picture of the ligature that you previously described after it had been removed from Ms. Baker's body?
Correct.
Dr. Falzon, I want to first talk about the injuries that you've described and the photos that we've seen in Ms. Baker's genital area. And you've described those and we've seen the photographs. Based on your training and experience coupled with your observations of that area of Ms. Baker's body, what, if any, significance can you attribute to the causation of those injuries?
Those would be caused by sexual intercourse with force used.
As it relates, and then I realize I'm jumping around a little bit, as it relates to your observations with regards to the ligature and Ms. Baker's, the fact that her hyoid bone had been broken, and again, based on your training and experience, what, if any, significance do you attribute to the causation of those injuries?
So the injuries on the neck that we saw from the cord and the fractures of the hyoid bone would be the result of strangulation, ligature strangulation.
And then Dr. Falzon, as it relates to your observations of the stab wound that you previously described on Ms. Baker's neck and the wounds, which I believe you previously referred to as defensive type wounds to her left hand, do you have, and again, based on your training and experience, do you have an opinion as to the mechanism by which those injuries may have occurred?
Those would be sharp force injuries inflicted by a knife. Just to expand on the stab wound, because we described the injury on the skin, but once the internal examination is performed, there was actually injury to the internal jugular vein on the right side, which is a main vein that drains blood from the right side of the brain, which would explain the amount of hemorrhage, the blood on Ms. Baker's skin. And that would have been caused by a knife.
Okay. And did you were you able to form an opinion as to how that stab wound may have been inflicted?
Given the orientation, the location, and the orientation of the wound, as part of the assessment of the stab wound, I also try to ascertain the direction in which the stab wound was penetrated into the body. So in case of the stab wound that we saw on Miss Baker's right neck, the knife entered through the skin and it went from front to back, downwards and to the left. In my experience, that has often been due to somebody being stabbed with the perpetrator standing behind the victim and forcing the knife into the body cavity like that.
And again, referring to your observations as to the incised wounds on Ms. Baker's left hand, what, if anything, do those wounds tell you about what you just referenced?
Those would indicate that Ms. Baker would have been in the process of trying to protect herself from the stabbing while it was being performed.
Would it be helpful to the jury to kind of demonstrate what you've just described, sir?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, is it okay if I ask Dr. Falzon to step down into the welcome?
Fine.
Dr. Falzon, I'm going to hand you what is very clearly a rubber knife. And I'm going to be Ms. Baker. And so what you just described on the stand, sir, if you could kind of describe or show exactly what you just said.
So the entry wound would have been somewhere here. So with holding the knife like this, the blunt end would be at the 10 o'clock position, and the short end would be at the 4 o'clock position.
And again, as it relates to the injuries to the hand, how would that, in your estimation, have occurred?
So if she was trying to hold on, that would explain the cut of the space between the fourth and the fifth finger. Again, the direction would be front to back, downwards, and to the left.
Thank you. Back in. Dr. Falzon, based on everything that we've talked about, well, actually, I'm going to back up just a little bit. Did your autopsy of Ms. Baker reveal anything as it related to her larynx?
She did, yes, it did examine the larynx, the voice box where the vocal cords sit, and she did have a slight amount of soot present below the vocal cords.
And did you also, as part of this autopsy, request or refer Ms. Baker's blood be tested for the presence of carboxyhemoglobin?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with the results of that report?
Yes, I am.
And what was that?
I believe it was between 6 and 14%. I may have to jog my memory. I gave you back the report, but
now let's talk a little bit about carboxyhemoglobin.
okay.
What is that, sir?
Hemoglobin is a molecule that transports oxygen. It picks up oxygen in the lungs, takes it and deposits it in the periphery of the body, and then picks up carbon dioxide and releases that back in the lungs during respiration. Now, when as part of the fire, carbon monoxide is formed. So carbon dioxide is carbon with 2 oxygens. Carbon monoxide is carbon with 1 oxygen. Carbon monoxide tends to attach somewhat more strongly to the hemoglobin molecule, and it actually prevents hemoglobin from transporting oxygen. So when somebody is exposed to a fire, we test the blood for carboxyhemoglobin, which is essentially hemoglobin attached to a carbon monoxide molecule.
And so based on your observations of soot being deposited below Ms. Baker's voice box and the results of the carboxyhemoglobin test that you just described and testified to, is that significant in any way to you, in your opinion, doctor?
The level of carboxyhemoglobin was not high enough to be considered a cause of death. Typically, we expect carboxyhemoglobin to be more than 50%. People who smoke tend to have, elevated carboxyhemoglobin levels. But in the case of Ms. Baker, the presence of the soot below the vocal cords and the slightly elevated carboxyhemoglobin level would indicate that she was still alive when the fire was set.
Thank you, Dr. Falzon. So again, just to summarize everything that you've testified to thus far, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of death of Ms. Baker?
Yes, I did.
What was that opinion?
So she died of a ligature strangulation and a stab wound of the neck. I also described the bruising on the head, the blunt force trauma of the head. As part of the internal examination, I did examine the brain, and there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage on the surface of the brain. So the other contributory factor would be blunt force trauma of the head.
Did you rule the manner of death, Ms. Baker's death, a homicide?
Yes, I did.
Overruled.
Dr. Falzon, you mentioned that part of a autopsy may include taking an X-ray or radiograph if there is evidence of a stab wound. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
Why do you do that?
When somebody is stabbed, the
Sir.
Relevance. It's undisputed that Ms. Baker was stabbed.
All right, Mr. Bolden, do you care to respond to the objection?
Trying to allow Dr. Falzon to testify to everything that was done as part of Ms. Baker's autopsy.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Ask for the same courtesy during our examination.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz. What do you mean by that?
We just ask for the same courtesy that the Honorable State has received.
When there's an objection made, I will rule on it. Mr. Bolden, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you also obtain a sample of Ms. Baker's blood?
yes, I do.
What is the purpose of that?
That would be performed to collect the specimens to submit for testing for toxicology.
And is a blood spot filter card also submitted?
Yes.
And
All right. I'm going to sustain that objection, Mr. Bolden, if you'll rephrase.
okay, I will rephrase it, Your Honor. What other physical evidence is, I guess, obtained or submitted as part of an autopsy?
To establish a reference point for DNA testing, a blood spot filter card is prepared whereby we take a filter paper card and we put drops of the victim's blood that is air dried and then submitted for analysis.
Was a sexual assault kit obtained in this case?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain briefly what we mean by sexual assault kit?
A sexual assault kit has various components to it which help in collecting evidence in cases where sexual assault is suspected. It would have swabs to collect DNA. It would have slides whereby we smear the swabs and prepare smears to look at under a microscope. It would have nail clippers to clip nails and envelopes, put those nail clippings in. And it would also have envelopes for head samples of head hair, pubic hair, and pubic hair combings.
And I apologize if you mentioned this already, but talking about swabs, from where on Ms. Baker's body were those swabs obtained?
Swabs are taken from the mouth, oral swabs, from the vagina, and from the anus.
And again, I apologize if I just misheard. You mentioned smears as well. how are those smears created?
The smears are created from the swabs. So we put a Q-tip with a cotton tipped end, and that would be inserted in the cavity, the oral cavity, the vagina, the anus. Once fluid is absorbed onto the cotton tip, while it is still wet, we would take the glass slide and smear the tip of the Q-tip on that slide to prepare the smear.
Your Honor, we have a motion.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. This is a good time for a bathroom break. We will be with you shortly.
Uh-oh, now what happened? Uh-oh. It's going to be a constant
Y'all may be
fight
seated.
between
Thank
them two.
Mr. Cruz, your motion, sir?
I want to do the simple thing first. We have an objection to the known pubic hair of a victim. Exhibit 31 is empty. So that's empty.
Your objection is to Exhibit 31.
Correct. But I do
Okay.
have a motion.
No, but I want to hear your objection, and then you can make your other motion. Go ahead. Okay.
They had items. They had items. We do have a motion.
All right, well, let me have Mr. Bolden respond to your objection at Exhibit 31. Go ahead, sir.
Well, Your Honor, I mean, I can show Dr. Balzon, we can open it. I guess the objection is the fact that it's empty. That's whole. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know that I know how to respond to that particular objection.
Good, we're back to not being able to hear.
Empty bag that just says pubic hair is irrelevant. That's what we're objecting to. Well, that we are objecting to.
Mr. Bolden, do you care to respond to the objection about relevancy?
Again, I think the fact that Dr. Balzon specified that pubic hair, why don't we let him look at it? Because Mr. Cruz's assertion that's empty. I honestly had not opened the bag, so let's allow him to do it. We can do that momentarily. I'd like to hear from Dr. Cruz.
All right, that's fine. We'll hold off on Exhibit 31's objection. Go ahead, sir.
We're moving to suppress the oral swabs due to the chain of custody. In this case, it has been stated that oral swabs, vaginal swabs, and anal swabs were taken. We have the chain of custody report. The chain of custody report says that only 2 oral swabs were taken. I assumed that that was pretty much an error on the chain of on the custodian, because Ms. Bigham, 2024, conducted a test on these swabs, and it was determined. It went to a company in California to do this test. That's something we'll address across the nation instead of using a company in Georgia. But that company came back and said, you know what? We did this presumptive test. These are actually vaginal swabs. However, now that I'm seeing the original packaging that Dr. Calzone put these items in, and please correct me if I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
A vaginal swab wasn't taken. Yeah. That's what Alex showed on report, State's Exhibit 28. State's Exhibit 29.
I don't know that I need to see the exhibits at this moment. I want to hear your objection.
Oh,
about-
her and that
You're
microphone.
asking the court to suppress it.
I would ask
Tell me
the
that.
court to suppress the, I'm asking for 2 things.
Okay.
Either I'm asking the court to suppress, I believe it's oral swab B. Let me confirm which swab it is, Your Honor.
Stop. I said stop. Come here. Go out there and be pissing.
All right, so one of these are labeled as item 2I. For the second to identify item 2I.
Jump up there, Leo. Oh, my dog is being a pain in the butt today.
So for purposes of the record, oral swabbing B is labeled as item 2I, as a blue. Oral swabbing A is labeled as item 2J, as in joy. So, Your Honor, on November 4th, 2024, and mind you, this wasn't a discovery, by the way. November 4th, 2024, Pure Gold Forensics.
Okay, hang on just a minute.
By
Mr.
the
Cruz,
way,
let me
it's
ask you
as
this
far
question.
as it
Are
goes.
you making a
Value.
motion to suppress?
I am. But this is based on knowledge I just learned just now going over these items. So this isn't a motion that was untimely because I knew about it 10 days before. I just learned.
All right, let me stop you right there just for a moment. Is there any response to the motion to suppress as opposed to a motion in limine or an objection based on something else? Go ahead.
Yes, I would object to this. Characterized as a motion to suppress. Mr. Cruz, we've had hearings going back for months. We've discussed making any physical evidence available to him to inspect, and we would have done so at any time. He never asked. He asked in court, but never followed up with that. This evidence we would have gladly shared with Mr. Cruz, had he actually asked, which he did not. I don't think what he's asking for this morning, well, again, I don't know a motion to suppress at this point. I don't know what legal grounds he's asking that be suppressed. He mentioned chain of custody. I think that argument is more of a weight versus admissibility issue. So, it's very hard to respond when I don't understand exactly what is being asked.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz, let me ask you this question. With regard to this motion you're making now, Is it, as you stated earlier, about the issue of the chain of custody?
Correct.
All right. I'm making a ruling right now that that is not a motion to suppress issue. You are entitled to cross-examine this witness or any witnesses with regard to the chain of custody, and I'm not going to allow it.
Judge,
If you have an objection to something else about the admission of this evidence, I'll hear it.
Judge, motion to suppress, motion to limit, the phrasing is irrelevant.
No, it is not, Mr. Cruz.
Well, forgive me, the state, when the chain of custody issue is raised, the state has the burden to show that that this evidence is the same evidence that was collected and that it wasn't tampered with. The issue we had is that both of these items from Dr. Falzone, excuse me, I don't know Dr. Falzone, both of these items were collected by him and labeled by him. There's going to be testimony in this trial 24 years later that, oh, actually, one of these is a vaginal swab. Dr. Falzone, as you heard from his testimony, is very careful, he's very diligent. It sounds like he takes his time and does his work the right way. So we're moving for the state to show a chain of custody for these items. They're burden to show a chain of custody for these items and that they were not tampered with. Or we asked on the court to exclude any mention that oral swabbing B is a vaginal swab, because from what I'm seeing for the first time today in court, it is not.
All right, Mr. Cruz, I'm going to overrule your objection and I'm going to deny your motion. And I'm going to make the statement that the complaint that you're making in the form of an objection and the request to make a motion is certainly appropriately addressed by cross-examination. You have every right to cross-examine any witness with regard to chain of custody, with regard to the issues of tampering, anything that is relevant to the evidence that's being offered. You have every right to cross-examine with regard to those issues. And so that's the reason I'm denying your objection. And if there are any other objections to the admission of that evidence, I want to hear it now. I want to address one more thing before we bring the jury back. Any other objections to the admission of that? I mean, I haven't ruled that admissible yet. We haven't made an, there hasn't been a proffer, but if you have something that you'd like to object to now that you know about, so you can do that.
We will stand by our chain of custody
All right.
Motion.
All right, thank you. I do want to make a comment, Mr. Cruz, and this is really for all parties, but it's related to the comment that you made a little bit earlier. You did not make an objection, but you stated something to the effect of, we're asking the court to extend us the same courtesy. My comment to all parties, but particularly to you with regard to that comment is this. That comment about the court's behavior is not appropriate in the manner in which you said it. The court makes rulings of law, not courtesies. The court extended, Mr. Cruz, you a courtesy this morning when you were 20 minutes late. I knew why you were late and I extended you that courtesy. That's a courtesy. But in terms of this trial and in terms of making comments in front of the jury, the only appropriate comments to be made are not comments. They are objections. They are proper examination questions, cross-examination questions, things of that nature. And the court will respond to proper objections. Any comment on the courtesies of the court or fairness or things of that nature that are not in the form of objections need to be made outside the presence of the jury. And that's my statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
Your Honor, if we could have just maybe a minute for us to take a restroom break.
All right. Why don't we be off the record until 11:15? That's about 12 minutes. All right. We'll be in recess until then. Thank you.
I had to listen from my phone because I could not hear anything. But I'm sorry, but I just don't think she's being fair. You know, I'm learning as I'm going too, but I can see when a judge isn't being fair. I just don't think she is. I think she's favoring, and she even mentioned it. You think I'm favoring the state? Well, if you're bringing it up, obviously it must have come through your mind. Thinking others are thinking it. I don't know. Like I said, I'm I don't know a lot about the laws when it comes to the court. But I can see it, hear it. And she stated it herself, so she must have a conscience about it. So something's going on. I'm not going to say the man's innocent, but everybody deserves a fair trial. And how is he going to get one if his own lawyer feels like he's walking around on eggshells? He's afraid to object. Because he's probably afraid that he'll get fined another $1,000. Well, I mean, I know that's not why he was fined $1,000, but who's got $1,000 just to throw around? And he said, I didn't even realize that that's what I was doing. So now I feel like I'm walking on eggshells. I don't know. Something just ain't right. Something just don't seem right about this judge. I don't know. Like I said, I could be wrong. Maybe she is being fair. Hang on, I'll be right back. It's like they're starting back up.
Bring it to you. All right.
Did you issue a ruling on our objection to the empty pubic care package, or no?
Hang on one second.
Well, it might be good when it's a
I thought that I had said it. I was overruling your objection. Maybe I didn't make that clear. I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz. I'm overruling the objection. All right. If you have any other objections to the introduction of evidence, you may make them. I haven't ruled them admissible at this point. The state hasn't proffered them in that way. So if you have any other objections, you certainly can offer them.
Yes, ma'am. Background.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. You may bring the jury. Please be seated. Mr. Bolden?
Excuse me, Dr. Falzon. I think we were talking about the collection of the sexual assault kit. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I am going to, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I think, Dr. Falzon, this is State's Exhibits 3 through 33. Dr. Falzon, let's start with State's Exhibit 23.
Yes.
What is that, sir?
It's a clear plastic box with a label marked with the case information, and it's marked fingernails left hand.
And would that be the fingernail clippings that you took from Ms. Baker's body on January the 20th, 2001?
Correct.
Would you tender State's 23, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
State's Exhibit 24, Doctor, what is that?
It's a clear plastic bag sealed with evidence tape. There's two clear plastic boxes, each one with a label with the case information. One is marked toenails right, and the other one toenails left.
Again, same question as before. Are those related to the autopsy that you've been describing this morning?
Correct.
How do you know that, sir?
Each one has a label on them with the decedent's name, Clark County, the age, race, and sex, and the unique case identifying number assigned to this case.
Any objection?
No, ma'am. I won't have any objections to any of those outside of the objection I already put on the record.
All right, thank you. Number 24 is admitted, and you may proceed, Mr. Bolton.
Case 25, Dr. Falzon. What is that?
25, it's a white paper envelope sealed with evidence tape, and the label with the case information. And this one is marked oral swabbings B.
And again, same question. Is that related to the autopsy that you performed on Ms. Baker on January 20th, 2001?
It is.
Move to tender states 25, Your Honor.
And based on Mr. Cruz's assertion, is that right, sir, that there's no objection?
Outside of my prior objection.
All right, then it is admitted. Thank you. And that's number 26?
25.
25. All right, 25. Thank you. Go ahead.
States Exhibit 26. What is that, Doctor?
Same white envelope with evidence tape and the unique case identification information. And this one is marked oral swabbings A.
Move to tender states 20. No, I forgot. 26, Your Honor.
26. Mr. Cruz, any objection, sir? All right, it is admitted.
States Exhibit 27, Dr. Falzon. What is that?
White envelope, red evidence tape, label with the unique case information, and this one is marked rectal swabbings.
Tender states 27.
Mr. Cruz, any objection, sir? It's admitted.
States 28. What is that, Dr. Falzon?
State Exhibit 28 is a brown cardboard folder. Has a label marked with the unique case identification information, and this one is labeled anorectal swab.
Move to tender states 28.
Any objection, sir?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 29, Dr. Falzon. What is that?
29 again is a cardboard folder with the unique identification label, and this is marked auto swab.
Move to tender states 29.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
That was 29.
29, is that right, Dr.
Yeah.
Falzon? Okay, good. States 30. What is that?
30 is a white cardboard box, again marked with the label with the unique case information, and this one is marked vaginal smear.
Move to tender states 30.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
States 31. What is that, Doctor?
A clear plastic envelope with the label with the case information, and this one is marked known pubic hair of victim.
Move to tender states 31.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. The same objection I put on the record.
All right, and thank you. Any further comment by the state? All right, I'm going to overrule your objection. Your objection is noted. It is admitted over objection.
States 33. Dr. Falzon, what is that?
33 is a clear plastic envelope marked with the case information, and this is the combings, pubic combings of victim.
Move to tender states 33, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, any objection? It is admitted.
Is that everything that I handed you?
Did we do 32?
Oh, 32? Did I skip that? I apologize. States 32. I got ahead of myself. What is states 32?
Clear plastic bag marked with case information, and this is marked known head hair of victim.
Move to tender states 32, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
I'm going to not go through all of those pieces of evidence, Dr. Falzon, but I want to start. This is states 30. Sticker.
It's a clear plastic bag sealed with evidence tape.
States 30. Again, what is that, sir?
This is a cardboard folder and marked with the case information, and this would contain the glass slides with the smears of the vaginal taken by the vaginal swab.
How would or was States Exhibit 30 created?
The first we do the swab. So, like I mentioned, you have the
Hey, y'all. Sorry.
Swab the.
I had to.
Let
me make
insert into the orifice. In this case, the.
So I left my air conditioner in my window, and it's like just cold air kept coming through the tab. So I'm like climbing all over my bed, trying to get something up there so it would stay warm in here. But, oh God, I don't know. I think I did my best, but there's still a spot I could probably put down, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay. All right, here we go.
Vagina to collect the fluids on the swab. Once that is removed, we take the glass slide and we.
Of course, I get comfortable and she's got to go outside. So I'll be on my phone.
Rub the cotton tip across the glass slide to transfer cells from the Q-tip onto the smear, onto the slide, and thus creating the smear.
Thank you, sir. Then this is 28. Again, I'm just going to show you the back as a sticker, then I'm going to flip it over. What is states 28?
That again would be the anorectal swab. Actually, this would be a glass slide, so that would be the smear.
And would that have been created in the same manner that you just described for the vaginal swab, smears?
Correct. So the swab would be inserted into the anorectal orifice, collect the fluid from that area, and then transfer it onto the smear, onto the glass slides.
Same question for state 29. I'm just showing the sticker there. What is state 29, just to be clear?
That would be the oral swab. Again, this would be the smear made from the oral swab.
So let's talk a little bit about the swabs. I'm going to start with states 25, which has been admitted into evidence. States 25, what is that?
It's marked oral swabbings B.
And then just for clarification, states 26. What are we looking at there?
This is marked oral swabbings A.
Dr. Falzon, I realize it's been a long time since it's been. I guess let me ask the question this way. Would you have collected 2 different sets of oral swabs back in 2001?
No.
What, if anything, can you attribute to the fact that 2 of those are labeled oral swabs and there is not one labeled vaginal swabs?
The swabs are collected during the course of the autopsy. As indicated in the report, I collected oral, anal, and vaginal swabs. Once the swabs are collected, as soon as they are removed, we take the swab tip and create a smear. So the swab is prepared, the smear is prepared, the smear is packaged. Because the swab is moist, if it is packaged right away, because of the moisture, mold grows on the tips of the cotton tips of the swabs. So the swabs have to be air dried prior to packaging. Every autopsy, the doctor has an assistant to help with the case. So the swabs would be placed in a small cabinet marked with the name, and it would be marked oral, anal, and vaginal. And the technician would package those swabs once they have air dried and packaged and labeled those.
Was that common policy and procedure at the crime lab back in 2001?
It was.
Bear with me, Dr. Falzon. I did want to go back and ask a few more questions about the fact that Miss Baker had a broken hyoid bone, and you described what that bone is. Can you talk just a little bit more about the hyoid bone in general in a young person like Miss Baker?
The hyoid bone, like I said, is a C-shaped bone that sits above the voice box. Initially, the bone is a little bit pliable. Young people have softer bones. As we grow older, that bone starts to get more calcified and become more brittle. So in younger people, you're less likely to see fractures of the hyoid bone as opposed to older people. But again, in this case, there were fractures both on the right and the left-hand side of the hyoid bone.
And based on that observation and your knowledge of that part of the human anatomy, do you have an opinion as to the amount of force that would have been necessary to break that bone?
It was a significant amount of force.
And to follow up on that a little bit more, Dr. Falzon, you've described the ligature previously and the ligature marks on Miss Baker. Now, with the hyoid bone as well, do you have an opinion as to, and again, taking into account all of your observations from Miss Baker's autopsy, do you have an opinion as to the manner in which that strangulation with the ligature occurred?
Like I said earlier, the ligature encircled the entire neck. So it passed from behind, looped in the front, and then the ends of the ligature held on each side.
And anything about the existence of those defensive wounds on Miss Baker's left hand that we previously described, is that significant in any way as to your findings related to the ligature?
I would say to the ligature, it's more in relationship to the
stab wound. I understand. Dr. Falzon, those are all the questions I have for now. Mr. Cruz will have some questions.
Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I move the podium, please?
Right, absolutely.
Thank you.
Again, what is that, sir?
Here we go with this guy. Let's see what she does.
Good morning, Dr. Falzon.
I personally.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Edrick Faust. Do you recall you and I speaking previously? Would you agree with the statement that Ms. Baker had a height of approximately 69 inches and weighed 113 pounds?
Correct.
Oh, she was little.
Is it fair to state that Ms. Baker's earlobes were each pierced with a stud-type earring with a clear stone in each earlobe?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that Ms. Baker had blunt force trauma to the head?
Correct.
And you previously admitted that you took photographs of Ms. Baker's condition. Is that fair?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 5. May I approach?
Your Honor, I would ask that Mr. Cruz show me the exhibits report.
That's correct.
May I approach you?
Okay.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of Ms. Baker as you saw her?
It is.
Does that photograph, does that photograph appear to be altered in any way?
Not to my recollection. I can't say that I think it's an altered, no.
It's fair. Are those injuries consistent with the injuries that you witnessed on Ms. Baker?
They are.
Your Honor, I would admit Defense Exhibit 5 into evidence. May I approach Dr. Falzon? Dr. Falzon, you stated in your autopsy report that contusions also surround the anal region. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you identified the contusion as a 4.5 by 7 centimeter contusion that surrounds the anus. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Let's go.
I'd like to show you
All right,
what
I'll
would be
be back
marked
when
as
I take her out.
Exhibit 6. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 6. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let the record reflect that I've provided Dr. Falzon with Defense Exhibit 6. Dr. Falzon, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Is it fair to describe that there are 2 photographs of Ms. Baker's anus and 1 photograph of Ms. Baker's upper body, chest to head?
Correct.
Would you agree that the contusions that surround the anus support that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally?
Yes.
May I approach? Okay. Oh, here. Your Honor, I move to admit Defense Exhibit 6 into evidence. And I would like to publish Exhibit 6. And just to make sure we're clear, these are photos of her anus and her upper body. Is that right?
Correct.
The state spoke with you about the packaging on State's exhibit. May I see those exhibits? Are those exhibits? On State's Exhibit 25 and State's Exhibit 26. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Just to refresh you on what those are. And you recognize these from direct examination, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You stated that the way that these are packaged, and please stop me at any time if I say it wrong, I just want to confirm that I heard you correctly, that you get a vaginal swab, you then make a smear out of it, but because mold may get on the swab if you leave it out, mold may get on the swab because it's wet, you leave it out to air dry. And then the technician would package it up later. Is that correct? Did I understand correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. The question I have for you, does no one check the technician when he labels or she labels the items to ensure accuracy?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So Dr. Falzon, is it possible I'll ask you this way. If no one checks, how do we ensure what's in either package?
It should have O, A, and V in front of each and every swab, the respective swab.
If it's checked?
Obviously, it wasn't done correctly in this case.
Correct. Are you aware that it is extremely important to collect and store swabs a certain way if DNA is involved?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that if it's done incorrectly, it could affect the results of any subsequent DNA testing of those items?
Absolutely.
In regards to the way that the swabbing takes place, for oral swabs, if you remember, did you do swabbing of the lips, the cheeks together, or is that something you would do individually?
It would be done individually. So we would put the swabs in the space between the cheek and the teeth, and then insert it into the mouth, into the oral cavity.
So one swab would start with teeth. Say that again one more time. I'm sorry.
In the space between the cheek and the teeth, and then insert it into the oral cavity itself.
Okay, but we don't do the area in front of the teeth and the lip?
No,
So teeth and cheek and oral cavity, I'm assuming is just
inside the mouth.
Excellent. Thank you. In regards to the stabbing, I believe the state. Can I use your knife? I believe the state asked you to do a demonstration of your opinion of the way the stabbing took place.
Correct.
Is that the only way Ms. Baker's stabbing could have occurred?
Given the direction of the wound, that is the most plausible explanation for that. I don't know if you had any other, explanations that I could assess as to whether they're plausible or not.
Well, I may have one,
Okay.
but the question that I'm asking now is the demonstration that that was performed on direct. Is that the only way that the stabbing could have happened?
I mean, there could be other ways. I mean, if you had a left-handed individual,
So I'm left-handed, face to face, and if I was to do it this way, we would get the same result.
Essentially, yes.
Right. Court's indulgence, Your Honor. Just to confirm, the next exhibit, would that be Defense Exhibit 7? Yes. Okay, thank you. Dr. Falzone, I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let the record reflect that I'm showing Dr. Falzone what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8. Dr. Falzone, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 7 and Defense Exhibit 8 as additional photographs of Ms. Baker's anus?
Yes.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of Ms. Baker's anus as you remember?
Yes, but it also has the vulva with the burn injuries that I mentioned earlier on the direct.
Can I approach? Sure.
The burn across the upper.
Where's the vulva?
That would be here.
What is this here?
That would be the anal region down there.
Yeah.
Well, you need to tender them. That's right. Any objection about exhibit 7 or 8? They are admitted and you may publish, Mr. Cruz.
Well, that would be the vulva again, different orientation.
Okay, all right. If media would just turn their cameras off. We're going to post these pictures. Thank you. We're going to continue on as scheduled. The document camera is on, Mr. Cruz. You may use it.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 7. It's over there, Your Honor.
Is it already on the screen?
No, ma'am. I'd like to use my laptop.
I see. I'm sorry. I had the wrong one on. I thought you were going to use I thought you were using that machine. Hang on just a minute now.
Dr. Falzone, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen, okay? I believe when you were on direct examination with the state, and can you look over here, Doctor, just so I can point to it for you? You, just bring the resolution down. Just make it just a tad bit smaller. A little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. A little bit more. All right, about right there. You mentioned that this area was her vagina. Is that right?
Her charges, yeah, the 3 to 5
Okay. And you said this area here is her.
anus. And this would be above her pubic area where the purple area is. That's a post-mortem burn artifact.
Okay. So the question I have for you, and I may need to use another exhibit if you don't see it, is it possible that she would have pubic hair around her anus but no hair around her vagina? Okay. I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Bolden?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Dr. Falzon, I think in connection with Exhibit 6. Thank you. When you were asked questions about Exhibit 6, I believe you were asked a question as something to the effect of, with the injuries to Ms. Baker's anus being consistent with sexual assault.
Correct.
You recall that question? And just to be clear, would that also apply to the injuries that you observed to her vagina?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Would the injuries that you observed to her vagina also be consistent with sexual assault?
Correct.
And as it relates to either of those, does a sexual assault necessarily indicate that there's going to be the presence of any physical evidence recovered on that sexual assault kit?
Not necessarily.
What could be some reasons why that might be, sir?
I mean, one would expect to find DNA related to semen, but there may not be semen present there. I mean, the individual may not have ejaculated, a condom may have been used, a foreign object may have been used. So there's multiple explanations as to why DNA may not be recovered.
And are you familiar with the idea of, or the, I guess the phenomenon of drainage, sir?
Fluids travel by gravity. So yeah.
That's all I was asking. Thank you. And then also on cross-examination, you were asked if the labeling of the items, the question that I heard was that the labeling affects the results of the DNA testing. My question to you, sir, is could the fact, let me think of the best way to ask this. Does the labeling itself, what is marked on a certain exhibit, have anything to do with the results of any testing of what is inside?
It would impact the interpretation of it.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Any requests, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Thing with Defense Exhibit 6. May I publish Defense Exhibit 6 to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, how did you want to do that? On your computer?
No, I was just going to hand them.
That's fine.
May I approach you, Dr. Falzon? Thank you. And for the record, Your Honor, Defense Exhibit 6 was identified as Ms. Baker's anus and the upper area of her body. But otherwise, Your Honor, I thank you. I have no other questions for Dr. Falzon. Thank you so much for your service, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. Mr. Bolden, any other questions of this witness? May this witness be excused. Any objection from the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
You are free to go, sir. You may call your next witness.
Say calls Katie Lonstein.
Who'd you get? Katie Longstein. Thank you.
Ma'am, if you would please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. If you would, speak towards the microphone, and if you would state and spell your name for the record.
Yes, my full name is Catherine Lahnstein, Katherini Lahnstein, but everybody calls me Katie.
All right. Ms. Lahnstein, what professional field are you involved in?
I'm an attorney
Okay. And where did you attend law school?
here at the University of Georgia,
And what years did you attend school at the University of Georgia?
2000 to 2003.
Before you got to UGA, where did you complete your undergraduate degree?
At the University of Virginia in Charlottesville.
All right. And in law school, can you describe the way during the first year of law school that the student body is divided?
Yes, so we're divided into 3 sections, X, Y, and Z. And you have all of your classes with the folks that are in your section for your entire first year.
And while you were in law school, did you ever meet an individual named Tara Louise Baker?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when did you meet Tara?
Very first day of law school, we were in orientation, and that was the moment.
And so when you say that was the moment, it seems like it was a quick friendship. Can you talk to us about that?
Yes. Literally from that moment, Tara and I and another woman named Jenya became very good friends. I don't remember many moments of law school after that we weren't together, studying, walking, anything.
All right. So can you explain to the jury kind of the academic rigor involved in that first year of law school?
Yes, exhausting. You are in class 5 to 8 hours a day, then you are studying another 5 to 6 hours a day. If you're lucky, you sleep some, eat some, but it is one of the hardest things I've ever done in my entire life.
That experience, and in particular, sharing it with the same people in every class, did you find that to increase or impact the way relationships were forged at all?
Yes, you form these bonds through the stress that you're going through. You're all learning the same thing, you're all studying the same things, and you're all exhausted in the same way. People would form friendships that would turn into marriages. People would form friendships that turn into lifelong friendships. It's just unlike anything I've been through before. It's like being in the trenches, I suppose, although, I don't know other way to describe it.
All right. And so would you say that would you characterize your relationship with Ms. Baker as falling into that category of relationships?
Yes, I would say from early on, I have called her one of my best friends. And I know it feels too short, but I don't know how to describe it other than if you don't go through that sort of very difficult thing with someone and it bonds you in this really particular way.
And as it relates, I think you've already testified to this, but there are 3 sections. You take all your classes with that section that you're in. Is that right?
Yes, first and second semester, your whole first year.
Okay. I'm going to show Your Honor, Mr. Cruz, what's marked as State's Exhibit 34. And Your Honor, I ask for permission to approach the witness and then continue to move freely through the welcome court as I question her. Ms. Lahnstein, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 34. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that. Once you've had a chance to review it, let me know.
Yes, I have seen it.
Okay.
I've looked at it.
I'm back.
Recognize it?
Yes, this is the schedule from our second semester, so beginning of January 2001 here at law school. Mhm.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what your schedule was for that semester of law school beginning in January of 2001?
It does.
Judge, I move to tender State's 34.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is in there.
And Your Honor, I'm not going to necessarily ask to publish this to the jury at this point, but I'm going to hand it back to Ms. Lahnstein. As it relates to Fridays for y'all, did y'all have classes on Fridays?
Yes.
All right. And what classes did you have?
We had property tort and civil procedure.
Okay. And property, was that the first class of the day?
Yes.
And at what time did that property class start?
9:30 in the morning.
And I don't think we covered this, but are you still practicing law?
Yes, I am.
All right. Where do you practice law?
I live in Washington, D.C., and I work for an agency called the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation.
And so backing up now, back to January of 2001, I want to ask you about a Thursday evening, which would have been January 18th of 2001. Would you and Miss Baker ever study together?
Frequently, if not every day.
Okay. And so where would y'all study when you studied?
So the law library always, but there are different parts of the law library. There's this sort of first room you come into that has these big windows and it's very sun filled but it's a more casual part where people sometimes have conversations. So sometimes you would study there if you were doing a study group or if you were just reading and it wasn't too intense. And then there's this walkway you can go through and you go into the quiet part of the library. And that's where you would go if you were studying for an exam, trying to write a paper, trying to focus.
Okay. And so that evening on that Thursday, were you and Miss Baker studying together?
Yes, we were in the quiet part of the library.
Okay. And as best you recall, I recognize as we sit here, it's been over 25 years since that night. Do you recall about when Miss Baker may have arrived at the law library to study with you?
Yes, I think she got there around 7:30.
Okay. And do you recall what y'all may have been working on?
I believe it was a paper. It was definitely more than just like marking our law books because we both had our computers. So I believe we were writing something. And I know it sounds early because it was early in the semester, but that's just law school for you.
And as it relates to kind of that semester and Miss Baker's plans, was she approaching that semester with any kind of renewed or I guess elevated level of commitment to her grades?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we all were, but she was the most organized. So she had a definite plan, whereas people like me were like, I'll try harder. But the end of our first semester was probably a bit of a shock to all of us, or, grades are hard. So her plan was to be more rigorous about her time in the library and to sort of make it into a job, like ending time, definite stay for the whole period.
And is there any particular ending time that you recall that Miss Baker was committed to?
Yes, it was 10 p.m.
Okay. So that evening, did you stay till 10 p.m.?
I did not. I had been at the library before. She had joined me there. So at that point, I was ready earlier than she was to go home. So I probably left around, I want to say around 9. Could have been a little bit later, but probably around 9.
Okay. And so was Miss Baker the type of person who had a lot of concern for the people around her?
Yes. I had to walk to school from based on where I lived. I lived just over the railroad tracks above where the Blind Pig Tavern used to be. And so not the safest of routes. So anytime I had left the library or school or anywhere before her, she would insist that I call her when I got home.
And so the area that you're describing, please correct me if I'm incorrect, but if you come down East Campus Road going from North Campus to South Campus and you turn left onto Research Drive, I believe it is, it goes by that area that you're talking about.
I think that's right.
Yeah, sorry.
No, sorry.
Go ahead. But I think I misnamed that street, but if you turn left underneath where the railroad tracks go over, is that what you're talking about?
It's in that direction, yes. It's actually been torn down and is a parking lot now, but that's the right direction, yes.
Okay. And so did she had that concern, did she ask you to do anything? Well, and that's going to call for hearsay. So I'm going to withdraw that question, Your Honor. Were you supposed to do anything when you got home?
Yes, I was supposed to call her when I got home, and I did not.
All right. And so did you receive a phone call that evening?
Yes, she called me about 9:30, maybe 9:45, and then she admonished me, scolded me because I had failed to call her, but I just didn't mean anything bad. I just forgot.
Okay. Do you need a cup of water? Or
I have some. Thank you so much.
There's some tissues over there beside you if you see them and need them. Is that the last time you ever talked to Tara?
Yeah. I think the last thing she ever said to me was, I said, hello. And she said, you did not call me. And I said, I know, I'm so sorry. And she said, but you're okay? I said, I am. And she said, all right, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And that was kind of it.
So when you say I'll talk to you tomorrow, this was Thursday night.
Yes.
So tomorrow would be Friday, January 19th, 2001. Is that right?
Yes.
I would just object to questions. I've given counsel leeway. I didn't want to just make.
All right.
I would ask them the court to instruct them to ask appropriate questions.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection if you will rephrase your questions to be non-leading.
Yes, Your Honor. What day would the next day have been?
January 19th, 2001.
And what day of the week would that have been?
Friday.
Okay. And so on Friday, what would y'all's first class of the day have been?
I believe it was property.
All right. And I think we already talked about this, but about what time did that start?
At 9:30 in the morning.
Was Tara in class?
No, she was not.
Was that something that was unusual for Tara?
It was. And I recall my friends and I discussing it, but we thought Well, it's her birthday weekend. Maybe she slept in,
Okay. Did she show up for any of her classes after that?
No.
All right, so the prior two questions were leading. I'm going to sustain your objection with regard to that and ask the state to make sure that you rephrase and you don't lead your witness. The last question was actually not a leading question, so I'll overrule your objection with regard to the last question. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think the last question I asked you is, did Tara show up for any of your classes that day?
She did not show up for any of our classes. No.
Okay. Were there any plans that you all had for that evening?
Yes. As I said, it was her birthday weekend. So we had all planned to meet at a bar called The Winery just after class. And we did go. Her friends and I went, and she was not there.
Okay. When did you find out what had happened to Tara?
The next morning on January 20th.
Okay. How is it that you learned about Tara's murder?
A friend of mine from law school named Jim Davis called me, and he said, Katie, I'm so sorry, but Tara's died. And I yelled at him, and I was very mean. I told him he was not funny, and then I hung up on him. And then I called our friends. We called them the Ericks because they lived in the same house. So I called the Ericks, and one of them answered. And I said, Eric, Jim has said the most insane thing to me. And he said that Tara died. So I need you to go get your paper and tell me he's wrong. And he did. He went out, and when he came back onto the line, he was just very shaken. And he said, Katie, I'm sorry. She died. I don't remember her.
Any response, Mr. Yellman-Shilley, with regard to the hearsay objection?
Ms. Lonstein, I think the court's instruction to you would be, and my instruction is that please don't talk about in your answer anything anyone else said to you.
Fair enough.
The objection.
I apologize. After that, I asked the friend that I was with to get me a newspaper. So that person did purchase me a newspaper. And then I saw the headline, Student Slain, and then the next thing I remember is I fell down, and then I started crying, and I don't know when I stopped, but that's how I found out.
I want to ask you a little more about your relationship with Tara. And I think, Jenya also seems to have been part of this group. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did Tara share things with y'all that she didn't share with kind of the rest of the law school section and class?
That is my perception, yes.
Okay. Was there anything related to her last name that she shared with you that she didn't share with the rest of the law school section and class, to your knowledge?
Yes. To my knowledge, this was something she kept a little more private. Her name had been Barker. It was the name of the man who was her biological father, and she had changed it pretty close to law school, from my understanding, to Baker, which is the man she calls her daddy, his last name.
Okay. Were you aware of whether or not Tara was dating anyone?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that person, if you know?
His name was Chris. I'm sorry, I don't remember his last name, but yes, she was dating Chris, and she'd been dating him for a while, as far as I knew.
Did Tara, and I'm not asking you to get into anything Tara said to you, okay, but did she ever talk to you about Chris?
Yes, in a very normal way. We talked about our friends, we talked about our families, we talked about our relationships. I myself was in a relationship with at a time, so we shared stories like that.
What was, based on those conversations with Tara, what was your impression of their relationship?
That it was good. She was positive. She would smile when she talked about him. No, nothing except for happy.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Lonstein.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Sorry for your loss, Ms. Lonstein. Your Honor, I do not have any questions, but I would ask if we could approach.
All right, may approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you for right now. If you'll go into the jury room, don't talk about the case. We'll be with you shortly. There are some things I need to take up outside your presence. Thank you. All right, Mr. Cruz, do you want to clarify your question and see if I understand what you're asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Before our trial, I filed residual hearsay motions. The Honorable Court entered an order stating that I could not ask any witness anything about what Ms. Baker told them until, I believe you prefaced it on, depending on what Chris Melton's testimony was. You said you would make a ruling after, I'm paraphrasing, you would make a ruling once Chris Melton testified. You instructed me that in opening, I could not mention anything that Ms. Baker may have said to anyone. And as you know, in opening yesterday, I was held in contempt for making a statement that Chris Melton made that the Honorable Court, that Mr. Yalamantilli asked for, and the Honorable Court granted, saying that I violated Rule 412 based on me stating that Mr. Melton stated she must have been with someone else when he was told that somebody else's DNA was found after he knew for 25 years somebody else's DNA was, or at least he was told DNA was present. Based on yesterday, I said, well, look, I need to be conservative. I don't want to offend the court in any way. I don't want the court to think I'm doing anything intentional when I'm not. So I assumed that Ahmad don't speak on anything regarding Tara Baker's statements until the Honorable Court makes a ruling. However, Mr. Yalamantilli just asked Ms. Lunstein, based on what Tara Baker told you, what is your impression of the relationship? And I looked at the Honorable Court to see if the Honorable Court's gonna say anything. Nothing was said. So that's why I came to the bench to just get clarity. And the only thing I want to do, Your Honor, I just don't want to offend you. I don't want to offend you. Yesterday, I got held in contempt, and I didn't even realize that I was doing something that was improper. So I'm trying to make sure I'm walking on eggshells for Your Honor. I'm trying to make sure I do everything right for Your Honor. So I just want clarity that if that question is okay based on the court's order. That's the only thing I want clarity on. Can I ask witnesses based on what Ms. Baker told them, what is their impression of the relationship with Chris Melton and Ms. Baker?
All right, Mr. Cruz, you are mischaracterizing the court's order completely. Yesterday's moments were based on a ruling that the court made on January 21st with regard to the state's appropriate filing of a 412 motion. And we've said this, we've discussed this over and over again. And the court has noted over and over again that the defense did not file a 412 motion. The defense only acknowledged in open court to the state, with regard to their motion, that the only person that they would introduce or attempt to introduce evidence for with regard to any exception for 412 was Mr. Milton. And we've discussed over and over again the fact that should the defense wish to attempt to introduce evidence other than Mr. Milton, that a proper motion had to be filed. We've talked about that over and over again. Yesterday, I made a finding that you first attempted to circumnavigate that policy, that procedure, by insinuating certain things in your opening. The state made an objection. I sustained it. And I had a pretty lengthy discussion with counsel outside the presence of the jury, warning counsel not to do that. When you did it again, the state made an objection. I sent the jury out, and that's when I made a finding of contempt after allowing you certainly to explain yourself. And I found that that was a violation of the court's order with regard to 412. And so your characterization for the court about what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say is not, does not comport with what happened yesterday. The motion that you filed, notice of intention to introduce residual hearsay testimony, is in relation to certain statements that you are asking the court to admit. They are pending. And they are pending because I made, and you appropriately said this, it will depend on how the evidence unfolds. And we will take up these motions again if necessary as the case proceeds. But there is nothing improper in the way that Mr. Yellowman-Chili asked that question. And it has nothing to do with 412. It doesn't have anything to do with my prohibition that I gave the defense. I think the insinuation that the court is being unfair and allowing one side to do something and the other side not to do something is absolutely mischaracterizing my order. And so I'm responding to your comments, Mr. Cruz. If you have an objection to the state's questions, you certainly may present it right now, and I will make a ruling.
This is the situation the defense is in. I am handcuffed. Being held in contempt is a very severe sanction against an attorney. It is very severe. So what I have to navigate is being respectful to the court, also following the law, but most importantly, following the court's orders. The state, they have no prohibitions on him. I can't argue consent. The court said, well, you can't say anything about consent in regards to the DNA. Mr. Yellowman-Chili, who got up yesterday and said, oh, Mr. Cruz is so disingenuous. This prosecution is disingenuous. This guy is innocent. The evidence will show he's clearly innocent. So, but I won't go there. But we have restrictions. We have restrictions on us that the state does not have. So what I have to do, because I've been held in contempt, is I have to make sure I don't do anything that'll surprise me like it did yesterday.
Okay,
so
Mr. Cruz, I would like to respond this way. Your characterization of being handcuffed, so you speak, is very unfortunate. And I think that is an unfortunate way to address the fact that the only reason that we're having this discussion is because you have not filed the appropriate motions for the court to take up. And the ruling that the court made about whether the defense can introduce a defense of consent and other things that you mentioned are because, and we have talked about this many times, that you have failed to file the proper motions. Because when you file the proper motions, the court will hear argument as to whether your motions are appropriate, as to whether the evidence you are seeking to admit is admissible. And if that is not done, then what you're seeking to admit is not allowed. And that is just the law. And so to characterize the courts allowing one party to do things and the other side being, in your words, handcuffed is not accurate. It is misleading. That is not why the court made a finding of contempt yesterday. I'm not going to go back over my finding, but suffice it to say, I think I was pretty thorough on the record twice about whether the defense was allowed to say certain things. The rulings that I have made that supported the court's comments yesterday are in the record. They are on the record. And Mr. Cruz, you are very well aware of the reasons that the court made those rulings. And so unless and until the defense files the proper motion, which would then provide the atmosphere for both sides to argue as to whether the evidence you're asking to admit is admissible, it is prohibited. And that is the law. And so I'm not going to argue with you about that. I think your characterization of what is allowed and is not allowed is is mischaracterized. I can't think of another way to say it.
Your Honor, we gave
Yes.
5 cases that 412 did not apply to a defendant saying that to a rape allegation, he's raising the
I'm not going to revisit that moment, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Cruz. I've already made my ruling.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it is not appropriate to re-argue that you're right and the court is wrong. There is another venue for that.
Yes, ma'am.
I've made a ruling, and you certainly can take it up if necessary in another venue. But for now, I'm not going to revisit that ruling.
Yes, ma'am.
I've made that ruling. And until you are filing the appropriate motions to be heard, and I've told you yesterday that if you do file those motions, even though they are not timely, I will consider them. But until then, my ruling does stand. And so I just need to ask you your objection right now so that I know that I've finally finished making whatever ruling it is with regard to what Mr. Yalamanchili was talking about.
So I didn't have an objection. That's why I approached the bench. The question that I was asking, because
Yes.
maybe I'm misinterpreting what the Honorable Court instructed me to do and to stay away from. I just want to know, because what I'm scared of is I ask the question, Mr. Yalamanchili hops up, Judge, he's done this on purpose, hold him in contempt again. I'm just asking, Judge, is it okay? And we could have kept it at the bench. Is it okay? I just want to be clear. Is it okay if I ask witnesses the exact question? Based on what Ms. Baker told you and what she discussed in her relationship, what was your impression about Ms. Baker's and Chris Melton's relationship? Is that an okay question for me to ask?
Yes, it is, sir.
Yes,
That's what the state just asked.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that was one of the moments with regard to that particular witness, Mr. Melton, that was basically properly noticed by the defense to the state, because we had a hearing where we had that discussion. And so even though that notice was an oral notice as opposed to a written motion, we had that discussion in court. My ruling on the 21st was based on that acknowledgement by the defense to the state in proper form. So yes, sir. The answer to your question is yes. Mr. Yalamanchili, did you want to respond at all? I've been talking with Mr. Cruz, you're the other party. If you'd like to make a response, you may. And then Mr. Cruz, you'll have the last word. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And as the court said, the issue Mr. Cruz actually raised at the bench where the discussion started had nothing to do with 412. The court's already said we're not revisiting the long discussions. The court's reviewed all the cases, made its ruling in accordance with the laws of the state of Georgia. I just want to, I guess, establish for purposes of the record that Mr. Cruz filed a notice of intent to introduce residual hearsay statements. So asking to actually elicit hearsay from witnesses. The court withheld its ruling. I do want to say that at least, and I don't have a transcript in front of me, but I think Mr. Cruz has misconstrued the court's order as it related to that, which was we are going to hold rulings on this notice until such time as there has been testimony from the witness and some of the predicate requirements may be met about truthfulness. And then the court, obviously, it will be in your discretion even to admit or deny the introduction of those statements. But I just want to establish for the record, the state did not elicit any hearsay statement regarding Ms. Baker saying what it was about the relationship. We established foundation that this is a person who had discussions with Ms. Baker about her relationship, and we laid a foundation that they had a close and trusted friendship, and then just asked her about her impressions of the relationship. So I just want to make that clear for the record.
And I think that's an important distinction. So, Mr. Cruz, with regard to your question, let's go back to your question. Your question about eliciting information about the witness's impression of any status of relationship between Ms. Baker and Mr. Melton is certainly permissible. The state just asked it. The defense can ask the same thing. What neither party can do right now is elicit hearsay testimony. And let me just rephrase so we're on the same page. Because sometimes these things can get very technical, and I want to make sure that all parties are on the same page, and that is this. For example, asking a question of this witness or any witness, based on what Ms. Baker told you, do you have an opinion on X, Y, and Z? At the moment, that's not a permissible question, right? Because it is eliciting hearsay. The way that Mr. Yalamanchili has just phrased what he asked this witness is permissible based on your relation. I'm not going to tell you how to make your question, but something to the effect of how he just phrased it, based on your relationship with a certain person, the hours you spent together, the things that you discussed. Do you have an impression of the relationship? That kind of a question is permissible. The state just asked something like that. The defense has every right to respond and ask the same kind of a question. But eliciting actual hearsay testimony is not permissible at this point. Does that make sense?
I agree with the Honorable Court's ruling. I just wanted to make sure that I'm within the proper parameters and just let Honorable Court know, exactly where we're coming from as the defense. It's new ground when a prosecutor stands up and says, Judge, this attorney has said something and he should be held in contempt, and he's held in contempt. When the statement, again, that Chris Melton said she must have been with someone else when confronted with DNA has nothing to do with 412. I am very familiar with the 412 statute. That has nothing to do with 412.
We're not.
Go ahead, John.
I'm sorry, Judge, just because Mr. Cruz has directly referenced statements that I've made, I would just like to say I've never in my career as a prosecutor or a defense attorney, thankfully, until this trial, been put in a situation where I had to make that request, but we were put in a situation where we had to make that request.
For both parties, I'm not going to relitigate the moment where I've held you in contempt, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am.
I am going to tell you that the comments that you have made, in my opinion, are mischaracterizing what happened yesterday. I'm not relitigating that moment. I'm going to ask that all parties move on. It is 5 after 12. I'm instructing both parties not to violate my ruling on 412. If there is a motion filed, even though it is untimely, I will consider it. But other than that, we need to move along. So is there anything else, Mr. Cruz, you would like to ask the court?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
just to let you know, I am walking on eggshells. So if I have concerns about something, I'll just ask to approach the bench. It doesn't even have to be on the record. I just want to make sure I don't violate anything that the honorable court puts in place.
Well, Mr. Cruz, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know that walking on eggshells is a fair representation of what happened yesterday. I think the appropriate response should be to review the court's rulings and just recognize what they are and not violate them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. If you'll bring the jury up, please. Thank you.
Stand up for the jury.
Thank you. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Yalmachili, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Cruz indicated that he didn't have any cross-examination questions for Ms. Lunstein. I don't have any.
I'm not sure I heard that. Okay. So you were finished. Mr. Cruz, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yalmachili, anything else from this witness?
No, Judge.
May she be excused.
We'd ask that she is.
Any objection from the defense?
No, ma'am.
All right, you may be excused. Thank you. May I see counsel at the bench now that we are excusing that witness? All right, Mr. Yalmachili, you may call your next witness.
Calls Ms. Athena Gray.
Could you get Ms. Adina Gray, please? Thank you.
Ma'am, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. If you would, please state and spell your name for the record.
Athena Gray, Athena, last name Gray, Gray.
And ma'am, where are you currently employed?
Athens Clark County Police Department in the Communications Division.
And is that sometimes referred to as the 911 center?
It is.
Okay. And what does the 911 center do in Athens Clark County?
We process incoming calls for service.
And how long have you been working there?
About 11 years.
What type of training have you received for your current position?
I am post-certified as a communications officer with the state of Georgia. I have received training for communications training officer, communications officer, senior communications officer, and several supervisory skills management courses.
And what is your current title?
I'm the 911 training coordinator.
Okay. And when someone calls 911, is there a document produced?
That's correct. When someone calls 911, we get anti-alley information. That means automated number information and automated location information. What that means is if someone calls in from a cell phone, then we get the latitude and longitude of the GPS coordinates that the cell phone tower is bouncing off of. We also get the phone number and we get the provider. So whether it's AT&T or Sprint, if it's calling from a landline, then we get the subscriber information, whether it's a business or a residence. We also get the phone number and the address that it's registered to. Now, in order to create a call for service, we need to know two things. We need to know what the address is, and we need to know what the problem is. Once we get that information, then we can create a call for service in something called CAD. CAD is an acronym for Computer Aided Dispatch. It's a system that we use to create the calls for services. As the call taker is gathering the information, they can enter that into the CAD system, and another person in the room will dispatch it out for service.
And you hit on the next couple of questions I was going to ask, so you gave me a chance to skip down a little bit. Is information entered by the call taker and logged into CAD?
Yeah, what's the last four numbers?
Sustained.
Your phone
Phone
number?
rephrase, Mr. Yellow, don't leave you waiting.
Well, Judge, I was going to ask a question that was about the testimony that she just gave. She just testified that the call taker enters information into CAD. And so my question was about that answer.
All right.
Well, that wasn't a question at all.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to, I'm going to sustain the objection in the manner in which you asked it. I certainly will allow both parties to provide context to their direct examination questions or their cross if they choose to, but just make sure you don't lead your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Is the time that information is entered recorded in the CAD?
It is.
Okay. And is the CAD maintained?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I'm going to overrule that objection.
Is the CAD maintained in the normal course of regularly conducted activity by the 911 center?
It is.
Okay. And is that part of the regular practice of the center?
It is.
Are you familiar with the system that is used to record and maintain information for 911 calls?
I am.
And Judge, I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked. States Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, I would object to the statements that are in this document on confrontation ground clause, on the grounds of the confrontation clause. And that's to States Exhibit 35. As far as the computer generated information, I have no objection.
Your Honor, I think defense counsel has actually filed a motion to this effect, but if we could limit speaking objections, please.
All right. May I see counsel to the bench for a moment, please? Thank you.
I don't know. That judge to me just doesn't play nice. I don't know about her. I mean, I like that she's stern, but
Sir, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 35. If you can review that and let me know when you've had a chance to review it.
Okay.
And what is that document?
It's a CAD fire report.
Okay. And is there any address associated with that?
It is.
Okay. What's the address?
160 Fawn Drive and 175 Fawn Drive.
Okay. And is there any date as far as when the call was made?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what is that date?
January 19, 2001.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of that fire CAD?
That's correct.
Judge, I move to tender 35.
All right, Mr. Cruz, any objections, sir?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it is admitted.
And Your Honor, I'd move to publish the CAD at this time.
Can you do so? You want to do it on the computer? I mean, on the screen?
Yes, Judge. have the blue light on over here, which. Well, and Your Honor, I think for purposes of the questions that I have for Ms. Gray, we could talk about publishing it at this time, Judge. Sure, I'm going to hand this back to you. So there are multiple dates on that pad. We're going to talk about the incident date from the call. Are there any other dates in the top left-hand corner of that document?
Yes, it is.
Doreen, will you tell me how to spell your first name?
March 24th, 2006.
Okay, Doreen. Your last name, D?
That's correct.
What was the date?
Yeah.
January 19th, 2001.
Is there a time?
DIOPULOS.
Yes.
23.
And as information
Okay.
is entered into
Thank
the
you.
pad, are there timestamps associated with
Bye.
There is.
that? And I want to ask you about a timestamp from 11.
Oh crap, I forgot I was on live. Oh, or I'm off mute. Dang it. I'm sorry, guys.
What is the information and
Ugh.
the taker at that time?
11/22/01.
I had it in my notes as 11/22/40.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection. Counsel, ask question, witness gives testimony.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. I think you're clarifying your question. Go ahead.
Says called in from 175, said he's across the street. Looks like 160 is on fire.
The entry at 11/32/50.
Per command, get investigator.
At 11/33/36.
Command advise victim in structure.
And then at 11/34/36.
Command advise need forensics.
Okay. And so those times that are noted, is that AM or PM?
AM.
Judge, I don't have any other questions for Ms. Gray at this time.
All right, Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
I have no questions for you, Ms. Gray. I just want to thank you for your service.
Mr. Yelman-Chili, can we excuse this witness?
I'd ask you to be excused, Judge.
Any objection from the defense? You are free to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break right now. I'm going to give you the same instructions I've given you this entire time that we have met. Please don't discuss the case with anyone. Please don't do any independent research, of course. Don't go on the internet in any way and look up anything you may have heard today or before today. And other than that, enjoy your lunch. I'd like for you all to come back here by 1:30. We're going to start testimony again, so it's about an hour and 10 minutes. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you all at 1:30. Thank you.
So what does everyone think so far? I mean, I feel like this lawyer has no idea what he's doing. I just don't know. I just feel like that lawyer is picking on the defense, man.
If there's nothing else, counsel, enjoy your lunch break.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. 1:30. Yes.
Boy, they just shut it all down, don't they? I just feel like she just, I don't know, maybe she just doesn't like, maybe, I don't know. To me, I just feel like she's not being fair. Like maybe she could be a little, I mean, I like the sternness of her, but she needs, I don't know, I just feel like she's not, I mean, she made the poor guy pay $1,000 this morning. I mean, to me, that was just wild. But, you know, maybe he did know that it was wrong. I don't know. I just feel that, you know, maybe he's nervous. Is this his first case? I never really seen any too many trials out of Georgia except for I don't even know if it was Georgia. The RICO trial with the rappers. I wonder about Savannah Guthrie's mom. I wonder how she is. If they've found anything out. I haven't been on the internet at all. And I hear there's some news coming out about David, the D4, whatever. All right, well, I guess I can fast forward. Just give me 1 second.
Contacted by the division secretary that my services were requested at 160 Fawn Drive, and
And when you say your services, what particular services would those have been at the time?
to process the crime scene for the collection and preservation of evidence.
And so what did you do when you received that information?
I went to the scene and made contact with the officers and detectives that were already on scene, as well as a few of the firefighters, and discussed the situation that we had, and began the process after the arrival of a GBI agent to assist. Began the process of processing the crime scene for evidence.
And I want to pause for just a second and talk about something kind of separate from the crime scene itself. Do you recall what the weather was like on that day?
It was kind of cool and rainy. We'd have sections of heavy rain to mostly light rain, but I believe it's in the 50s, mid to low 50s, up to as much as 60 degrees.
Okay. And so when you arrived on scene, well, let me ask you this question first. Is there a typical process that you go through when you're about to prepare to process a crime scene?
Usually the first thing I'll do, I'll take video if it's necessary. We didn't do it on all crime scenes, but on the major ones we did. And then I would do photographing of the scene before anything was moved or disturbed. We would try to document the scene through photographs and video.
And so I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36 after I show it to defense counsel. Approach witness and move freely through the well of the court.
Granted.
Thank you. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. Will you take a moment to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what it is?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It was presented to me by your office as a copy of the crime scene video downloaded to a flash drive.
Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes, sir, I have.
And does it, after having reviewed it, does it fairly and accurately depict the video that you created on January 19th, 2001 of the scene at 160 Fawn Drive?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, I move to send to the State's 36.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Mr. Liedall, while I'm getting this set up, 160 on Drive, what county is that located in?
It's in Athens, Clark County. Is that better?
Just Your Honor, I'm ready to publish States 36 at this time.
Lawyer left on. I'm assuming that's. There we go. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, are you not getting it on your screens in front of you? Okay. There are some people that are, can you raise your hand who is? Who's getting it on their screen? Just a few people. Okay, front row it looks like, not the back row? Okay, hang on just a moment. Mr. Dickey, do you think you could help us? Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see if we can get that working. Everybody has it on their monitor now? Excellent. Very good. Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I've started the video back over at the beginning. So I'm publishing States 36 from the beginning. Thanks.
Hello? Hello?
Look, because I was about to mislabel it as 36 number 2. So I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 37. Please review it and let me know when you have an opportunity to do so.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize State's 37?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's an aerial photograph of the development at Fawn Drive and adjacent streets, including all the residences there.
All right. And are you familiar with that area of Athens during that time period?
A little bit, yes.
Yes, sir. Do you believe that is a fair and accurate depiction of that area during the relevant time period?
Yes, sir, I do.
Judge, I move to tender State's 37 at this time and publish it to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Your Honor, for the record, hand Mr. Cruz State's 3839. May I publish this using the Elmo, Judge?
You may. All right, thank you. All right, counsel, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. And so, jury, please go into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. We'll be with you shortly. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Counsel, just a jury member needed to take a break.
Sorry, I dropped the mouse and I couldn't get to it.
Please be seated. Mr. Yalamanchili, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to start calling you Lieutenant Leadall. Every time I say Mr. Leadall, it just feels weird to me. So I'm just going to refer to you as Lieutenant Leadall from now on. Sir, you have State's Exhibit 37, which has been admitted into evidence up on the screen there. Your Honor, would you enable the ability for Lieutenant Leadall to draw on the screen? Thank you. And Lieutenant Leadall, looking at that image, can you draw a circle around where 160 Fawn Drive is located?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so looking at that image, it seems to me at least, well, let me just ask you a question. Is there anything different about the roof at 160 Fawn Drive from the other roofs in the area?
Yes, sir. It's covered with the tarp.
Okay. And could you point out where Cooper Road is in relation to 160 Fawn Drive if you just draw a line across the roadway? Okay. I'm going to hand you now State's Exhibits 38, 39.
Yes, sir, I do recognize that. That is a diagram of the floor plan of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive.
Who created that diagram?
I did.
And, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the diagram that you created?
Yes, sir, it is.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Hearsay to the last two.
Any response to the objection? Oh, wait, you mean of 39 and 40?
Correct.
Okay,
Those are the
let's-
ones with the titles on them.
So we'll get to those in a second. How about 38? What is your opinion on that?
I don't recall 38. May I ask you 38, Senator, just to make sure I don't.
All right, of course.
Objection to.
And it is admitted.
That is a diagram of the bedroom.
Hang on a second, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
39 and 40 were the two that I had objection.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a minute. I'll let Mr. Yalman-Chile lay a foundation if he can, and then if he tenders it, you can object and we'll hear it. Just go ahead, sir.
It's a diagram of the bedroom where Miss Baker was located.
Who created that diagram?
I did.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate diagram that you created?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, Mr. Cruz.
I object to it.
Okay, and tell me what you mean by that objection, and then Mr. Yalman-Chile, you can refer to it.
Just descriptions.
Okay.
I remember correctly, Master. Yeah, just
Mr. Yalman-Chile, any response?
Wow, she just is not friendly to him.
Lead all to depict the bedroom that he was in. It's not hearsay, it's his statements as a testified witness about what each of these things is.
I just wish I could hear it.
Admitted over objection.
39 and 40.
So I really can't say much because I can't hear anything.
What is that?
That is also a diagram of the bedroom where Miss Baker was found, and it includes measurements to the location from reference points to certain areas on the body, as well as other pieces of in the room.
And when you say measurements, who was making those measurements?
I did.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the diagram with measurements that you created?
Yes, sir, it does.
So it's only 10 to 40.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? All right, anything further, Mr. Yalman-Chile?
Same response to 39, Judge.
I'm going to overrule the objection and admit it over objection.
And may I publish 38, 39, and 40 to the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So, Lieutenant Leadall, starting with.
I need to grab something to drink.
Okay, there we go. Starting with State's Exhibit 38. I would like you to start at the bottom of that diagram, and would you please just describe for the jury the layout of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive?
The layout, starting at the bottom, is the entrance into the front of the residence. And as you enter into the living room area, you'll locate two bedrooms to your left as you walk in, and one bedroom to your right, as well as the living room area. It also depicts the restrooms and the closets related to each bedroom. And then as you go farther into the diagram, you'll enter the dining area, and it's a floor plan of the kitchen area, the laundry room, and also shows a third bedroom and a rear entrance or exit, however you look at it, to the residence. Also located when you walk in the front door to the right is a bedroom, just off the living room, the bedroom, and it has its own bathroom.
As it relates to the video that we just saw, obviously depicted in that video was Miss Baker's body. Which bedroom is it that was located in?
She was located in bedroom number 3 in the upper left-hand corner of that diagram.
Thank you. Now going forward to State's Exhibit 39. I'm going to point down, obviously there is a human-shaped drawing here. What is that?
That depicts the location of Miss Baker.
All All right. And then there is an item that appears to be to the left as I look down of her head. What is that?
That would be a knife that was found on the floor beside the body.
And then moving up towards the top of the document, what is the next arrow pointing towards and identifying?
That is the printer cable and power transformer that went from the printer to the body of Miss Baker, and the cord itself was wrapped around her neck.
Wow.
And then as we move up, directly up from there, what is that arrow and what is it?
Oh, so that's the
Showing the footboard of the bed. That it was
Oh.
broken away from the frame of the bed. And then if you continue a little bit farther up there, you'll see the printer where that cable was run to.
And then I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 40. What are we seeing here?
That's the same diagram. The only difference is I've added measurements from various reference points to certain items on the diagram, such as to the location of the body and then the bed, so I can put the scene back together if needed on the measurements.
You mentioned taking a video, and you mentioned also taking still photos. I'm going to after I show them to Mr. Cruz, what I'm going to label as States 41, 42, 43, and 44.
I viewed them, yes.
Starting with States 41, you recognize that image?
I do.
What is it?
It's a photograph taken of the entrance to 160 Fawn Drive.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the entrance?
Yes, sir, it does.
And I tender States 41, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is admitted.
States 42, do you mind telling me what that is?
That is also a photograph of the front entrance to 160 Fawn Drive, just taken from a different angle.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 42, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is admitted.
And then as to States Exhibit 43, what is that?
That's a photograph of the damage to the front door that was made upon entry.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 43, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is admitted.
And 44, what is that?
44 is a photograph of the interior towards the right as you walk in to the 160 Fawn Drive. It shows a living room area.
Thank you. Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction?
It does.
Move to tender 44, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? It is admitted.
And Your Honor, I've handed Mr. Cruz a number of other exhibits from the state for him to review. And I would just ask court to be allowed to publish States 41 through 44 for the jury at this time using the element.
Granted.
So States Exhibit 41 being published now. Hoses or tubes down at the bottom of the doorway there, Lieutenant Leadall. What are those?
Those are the hoses that the fire department used to extinguish the fire.
Now going to States Exhibit 42. I think you already stated that this is the entryway from a different angle.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 43, do you mind restating what that is?
That's a photograph of the lock and the handle on the front door showing the damage from the exterior side of the door.
And State's Exhibit 44, what is this again?
That's as you enter in the front door, it's a view of the living room to the right, all the way to the rear exit of the residence.
Let me see. A little more light might be helpful. Lieutenant Leadall, there on the coffee table, what are we seeing?
You see some books, and you also have some, appears to be dust and soot, possibly some fiberglass insulation on the table.
Okay. And so when you made entry into the residence and you were walking through, can you describe for the jury the condition of the residence outside of Ms. Baker's room, but the remainder of the residence as you walk through it?
It was kept very well. However, it did have a lot of sooting and dusty damage as a result of the fire and the debris from the fire, as well as some water damage. And also showing in this case insulation and some drywall from where the fire department had the open holes into the ceiling and pull some of the sheetrock down to the vent up into the roof.
And so I'm going to skip around a little bit as Mr. Cruz reviews the other photographs that we're going to be admitting. What is trace evidence?
Trace evidence is small pieces of evidence or minute pieces of evidence such as hair, fingerprints, fibers, any very small pieces of evidence, even parts of bullet fragments, anything that's minute.
Can environmental factors at a crime scene impact the ability to collect trace evidence?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And how so?
Well, like for example, when you're dealing with fingerprints and you introduce water to an area, that can help wash down fingerprints, or it affects the ability to recover fingerprints, because we typically use a powder to try to recover prints, and the water itself could cause damage to it and prevent you from recovering it. Also, you've got issues where you have, like in this case, the fiberglass insulation, blown insulation falling down. It would make it extremely difficult to recover hairs and fibers and things on the underneath that insulation. And it'd be almost virtually impossible to go through every little piece of fiber insulation to try to determine if there was any trace evidence attached to that. And also you've got temperature can affect, heat and humidity can affect the ability to recover fingerprints, and it also does damage to other items and makes it extremely difficult to recover trace evidence.
Did you end up processing this scene for trace evidence?
Yes, sir, we did.
Were environmental factors, I'm going to use the word factor twice, but what's the environment a factor in trace evidence processing in this case?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. What is a known sample?
A known sample is a sample that you get from a known source, such as an individual, or, for example, if you were comparing paints, getting a known reference sample of the paint that you're to compare with the paint that you're finding, or something to compare with the item that you're collecting at the scene.
Is it important to collect known samples from people who have been at a scene as part of their normal life?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that important?
You can use it for process of elimination. Where you can, if you've got known samples of the people that live there, for example, you can use that to compare to the items that you collected at that scene to determine if it belongs to them or if it belongs to an outsider who may not typically have access to that residence or that location. So you would want the known samples to do those comparisons to eliminate some of the evidence that you or trace evidence that you've recovered, to see what you're left with and to compare it as a possible unknown.
Would it be expected or normal to find trace evidence from people who had been at a scene as part of their normal life?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to hand you now state's exhibits 45 through 62. And instead of asking you one at a time, I'm just going to let you go through all of them. Just let me know when you've had a chance to do so.
I think I'm going to have a thing from the most boringest trials to the more trial that's a lot better. This one is just, oh my God. I'd like to know how long that lawyer's been a lawyer.
Hi, everybody. Made it back on time. I'm still setting things up a little bit here on my end. I don't see that anything has gotten started quite yet.
They're photographs of the interior of the residence at 160 Fawn Drive, of the various rooms, as well as the bedroom area where Miss Baker was found.
Double check and make sure that I don't see anything yet. We're supposed to have a press conference today, guys. That's what
They do.
At this time, publish them to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? They are admitted. And your permission is granted.
Thank you, Judge. All right, I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 45. I've just put it up on the Elmo. Can you describe for the jury what's depicted in 45?
Yes, sir. That's as you enter the front door of the residence, that is to your right, and it shows the doorway leading to what I've labeled as bedroom number 1 on the diagram.
Thank you. And just for orientation purposes, I'll briefly put back up on the Elmo State's Exhibit 38. You said bedroom 1. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right. Then State's Exhibit 46. What are we looking at there?
That's a photograph showing taken from the front door area going directly back to the rear of the residence. To your left would be the entrances to bedroom number 2 and bedroom number 3 where Miss Baker was located.
And I am going to show you 47 now. Is that just a slightly different angle of what's depicted in 46?
Yes, sir, it is.
And 48, can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, sir, that's a photograph from the doorway entrance to bedroom number 2, which would, as you walk in the front door, that would be immediately to your left.
Okay. And I think the jury has seen the diagram. I won't do the reorientation again. Can we go to State's 49? What is that?
That is also a photograph of bedroom number 2, showing as you walk in the door of the bedroom, it'd be immediately to your right, and it goes back to the bathroom for that bedroom.
State's Exhibit 50. What are we looking at here?
That's a photograph showing the kitchen area and the rear exit or entrance to 160 Fawn Drive.
Okay. And in particular, I'm pointing down at the picture to the bottom here. What is that at the bottom of the picture?
That is soot and water on the floor of the residence from the fire, as well as the firefighters and other personnel walking on the floor, disturbing that soot pattern. So it just kind of mixed everything up.
But would that be something you would consider an environmental factor?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 51. What are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the entrance to bedroom number 3, which is Miss Baker's bedroom. And immediately to your left is a shot of the doorway going into the bathroom there that enters into that living room that is also shared through Miss Baker's room.
Sorry. State's Exhibit 52 here. What are we looking at?
That's a photograph from the doorway as you enter into bedroom number 3 or Miss Baker's room, showing the wall immediately to your right as you enter.
And I'm going to point down here. What is my finger pointing at there?
That is the computer printer.
There are going to be some difficult pictures. Obviously, we've all seen the video. I'm putting up State's Exhibit 53 at this point. What are we looking at in 53?
That's a photograph showing the position of Miss Baker as she laid on the floor of the bedroom.
Okay. Right here is, what is that?
That is a strap that belongs to either a purse or an overnight bag or something that's immediately below the left hand of Miss Baker.
And it's difficult to see, but I'm going to point here, and then Judge, if I could circulate this picture to the jury. What is that around her neck?
That is the printer cable, the power cable that leads from the transformer of the printer and is wrapped around the neck of Miss Baker.
Judge, if I could, just because it is difficult. State's Exhibit 54, what are we looking at there?
That is also a photograph of the printer that's on the floor, and also you'll see the edge of the footboard of the bed on the left side of that photograph.
And so for orientation purposes, I'm putting State's Exhibit 39 back up. So as you come in the doorway to the bedroom from the hallway, which way would you turn to see the printer that was just depicted in State's Exhibit 54?
You would turn to your right.
All right. State's Exhibit 55, what are we seeing here?
That's a photograph taken from the doorway going straight back to the rear of the room. The door that you see there is the door to the closet. And to your right would be the headboard of the bed, as well as, I believe, a picture frame that's hanging there.
And here, right here at the front of the picture, what would that be?
That's part of the sheetrock ceiling that was pulled down.
State's Exhibit 56, what are we seeing there?
That is also taken from the doorway as you enter the bedroom, and it goes like to a 45-degree angle to the back corner of the room, showing the area where the fire burned through the ceiling into the roof.
And State's Exhibit 57, is that just panning up a little higher?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And so here is that, what are we seeing there?
That's the trees out from the distance. It's the shot. It burned through the ceiling, and it's a shot showing the sky.
State's 58, I'm going to point to the middle of the image there. What is that?
That's a wall clock.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe that wall clock yourself outside of having taken a picture of it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Was it functioning when you observed it?
No, it was not.
All right. And were the hour hand and the minute hand stopped in any particular location?
They were, I'm sorry, they were stopped at 9:32.
State's Exhibit 59, here in the middle here, what is this?
That is the bed spring of the bed that belongs to Miss Baker, and the yellow item that goes across the bed is a fire hose.
Okay. Then State's Exhibit 60, which bedroom is that in?
That is also bedroom number 3, which is Miss Baker's bed.
And then 61, what is that depicting?
Yeah, that's also a photograph of the entire bed in bedroom number 3, and a little bit of the portion at the bottom shows a portion of Miss Baker's arm.
And which arm, right or left, would that be of Miss Baker's?
It would be her right arm.
Okay. State's Exhibit 62, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph showing the public, and I'm going to use the word public, entrance to the restroom or the bathroom that conjoins with Miss Baker's room.
Sir, I'm going to hand you what's required of State's Exhibits 63 through 69. If you would, please take a look at those. And let me know when you've got a chance to review them. And Your Honor, I'm handing Mr. Cruz States 70 through 76 at this time. What are they?
Those are photographs of various locations inside the residence as you walk into the front door, showing bedroom number 1, which would be immediately to your right as you walk in the front door. In the interior of the room, also a photograph of the kitchen and the stove area and cabinet area to the right and rear door. And another photograph showing the laundry entrance in the laundry room and the kitchen table. Another photograph of showing the stove, actually 2 of them showing the stove in the kitchen area. And the last one is a photograph showing the kitchen window taken from the exterior of the residence.
Judge, are these fair and accurate depictions?
Yes, sir, they are.
Judge, I move to tender states 63 through 69.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted. Granted.
All right, state 63, which bedroom would this have been?
That's bedroom, what I've labeled as bedroom number 1 on the diagram.
It gives me diarrhea.
It's immediately to your right as you walk in the front door of the residence.
Oh, I guess I'm, God, how do I
And states
unmute it?
exhibit 64, what are we looking at there?
That is a photograph also of bedroom number 1 showing the entrance to the bathroom that's attached to that room.
States exhibit 55, we've moved to a different part of the house. Where are we?
That I'm standing kind of at the edge of the living room, dining room, showing a photograph of the kitchen area and the rear exit of the residence.
And states exhibit 66, what is that depicting?
That's a photograph of the kitchen table area and the entrance to the laundry area of the residence.
And then states exhibit 67, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the stove in the kitchen.
Can you see anything around the eyes of the stove?
Yes, sir. It's on the front left corner, you can see some charred remains of something on around the eye and along the edge of the eye. It'd be the eye on the, I'm sorry, it'd be the eye on the front left corner.
So as you face the stove, the front left corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. State 68, what are we seeing here?
That is a closer shot of the eyes of the stove and also including that front left eye, showing the items that were there.
All right. And then states exhibit 69, what is this item?
That's a photograph of the rear, taken from the exterior of the building of the window leading to the kitchen of the residence.
In particular, at the top and on the left side, is there anything about that screen that stuck out to you?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
The screen appeared to be bent downward along the top and then inward on the side as if someone was put in there to pull it down and away out of the frame.
As you began to process and investigate the scene, or I guess it didn't begin, but as you are processing and investigating the scene on January 19th of 2001, was that something that piqued y'all's interest?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so what, if anything, did you do to investigate that further?
Well, that item was collected. It was taken out of the frame and it was collected to be fingerprinted or processed later because it was wet. And also we used it to kind of look at how that frame itself was bent and broken.
Okay. Was there any testing done on other, well, that's the wrong question. The testing on this particular screen that was taken, did that yield anything of evidentiary significance?
No, it did not.
As it relates to other screens,
You have an objection, Mr. Cruz?
I would just object to leading. I tried to make that objection too many times, but I just asked something.
All right. I'm going to sustain that objection. Don't lead your witness.
yes, Judge. Would you like me to re-ask the questions?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Lieutenant Leadall, was the screen collected?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was it processed?
Yes, sir, it was.
What, if any, results were yielded?
There was no identifiable prints or anything found on the screen.
As it relates to the other screens at the home, was anything done to test those screens?
Yes, sir. I myself and another investigator attempted to remove the screen from the exterior side to see how it would pull out. And during that testing, we could not remove the screen without fracturing the frame of the screen somewhere because we had to bend it so far to remove it from that window from the exterior side of the building.
And so how did the screens that y'all tested out removing them compare to the screen that we just depicted in State's Exhibit 69?
They were identical screens made of the same type of material, which I believe was aluminum, and they were approximately the same size from each one of them.
And so after you tested prying them out, did that do anything to those screens?
Yes, it broke them and bent them.
Okay. And how did those breaks and bends compare with the screen that's that we depicted in State's Exhibit 69?
Very similar.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you States Exhibits 70 through 76, which have already been shown to Mr. Cruz. Once you get done reviewing them, let me know.
Sir, hold on.
And just kind of collectively, not individually, what are these?
Those are photographs of various items. The screen itself is, or the rear window, and all photographs of Miss Baker and the area around her body, as well as the entrance to the bathroom, I believe.
Are they fair and accurate depictions from January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, they are.
Judge, I move to tender States 70 through 76 and ask to publish those to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted, and yes, you may publish.
State 70, what is that?
That's a photograph of the upper torso of Miss Baker as she was found. It also includes a photograph of the straps that was found on the bag that matched the bag to the left, her left, as she's laying there. And you see portion of the transformer that belonged to the printer there.
States Exhibit 71.
That's a closer photograph of the cord that went from the transformer to around the neck of Miss Baker.
State 72.
That is a closer shot or another angle of the cord as it's around the neck of Miss Baker.
And States Exhibit 73, what are we seeing here?
That's a photograph of the broken screen from the window as it enters into the kitchen of the rear of the residence.
And States Exhibit 74.
That's another photograph of that same screen, but that's showing as you're facing the screen, showing the left-hand edge of that frame of that screen.
And States Exhibit 75.
That's a photograph of the window leading into the kitchen, showing the entire screen as it was found.
And this is jumping around a little bit, I'm sorry, but State 76, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph of the entrance to the bathroom. I call it the public bathroom from the main room, and also the one that's shared by Miss Baker's bedroom.
And when you say public bathroom, I'm just going to put the diagram of the floor plan layout up again. You've testified that bedroom 3 is Miss Baker's bedroom. Is that right?
That's correct.
The bathroom in bedroom 3, how many doors does it have?
That has two doors. One that leads from the living room into the bathroom, and then the other one leads, the only way to enter through that one is through the bedroom.
Okay. And so the other 2 bathrooms in the home, how do they differ from the bathroom in bedroom 3?
The only way you can enter those bathrooms is by going inside their bedrooms.
And Your Honor, I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz States Exhibits 77, 87.
This really sucks that you can't hear it. I mean, I've got everything turned up. This is really disappointing.
All right, so I'm sorry. I should show this. States Exhibits 77 through 87. I'm going to hand those to you now. Sir, have you had a chance to review these records so far?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and I don't need you to necessarily describe each of them right now, but kind of in general, where are they pictures from?
Those are photos that are taken inside the bedroom of Miss Baker, showing some of the items of evidence that we collected.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, I'm going to cover 77 through 87 and publish them to the jury.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz? They are admitted. And you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. State's Exhibit 77, what is that?
That's a photograph of the knife that was found near the head of Miss Baker.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 78, what is that?
That's also another photograph of the knife.
Okay. And let me ask you a question real quick. Was the blade on this knife longer than 3 inches?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 79, what are we looking at here?
That's the photograph of the knife as it was found on the floor adjacent to Miss Baker.
Okay. And so immediately to the left of the knife handle, we see something. What is this here?
That is the right arm of Miss Baker.
Okay. I just want to ask you a question real quick. We see in 79 the knife handle right there. And then we see in 78 knife handle right here. Those appear in the photographs to be 2 different colors. Is there an explanation for that?
That's just the way the light reflected.
Yeah,
off it
so
as
I
was
got
taking
to file the
photograph. When I got
24 first.
I was
I did
holding
the
the knife. It was
25
closer to the
first.
camera and
I
the
didn't
flash. and I was getting
realize
actual
that.
true
So I
color.
got to do
When it was down on
24
the ground, it was getting
and then
lesser
I can
light
do
and
the
it was showing
25.
a different shade of it.
Okay. When you're taking
He
pictures
didn't file
in
his
an
taxes
environment,
last
some of the surrounding
2024.
colors or the colors in the environment affect the flash?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I didn't realize I had to file that one first. So I got to do it over.
Are there
So we'll
differences
see.
in how does a flash affect photographs?
It can affect photographs in different ways, but the amount of reflection onto the item that you're taking a photograph
Yeah, I got to
of, and then
file
you
the
have
2024
items,
first.
for example, this where
You'll
it's
have
a
to
lot of
pay
dark
some
backgrounds,
penalties
doesn't
because he
reflect
didn't
the light
file
like
them
it
in
should,
time.
or as
So-
well as if there wasn't anything dark there, and it
So
will change the
you're gonna want
colors and the hues a little bit when you take the photograph and you print the photographs out and you get a
I
different,
got to file
different
the
color to it.
2024
different
first. I
tints.
did the 2025 first.
And
I gotta
I'm gonna
do
put
the
up State's
2024
Exhibit 80
first.
at this time. What are we seeing here?
Yeah,
That's a
I didn't
photograph of Miss
realize that
Baker,
I had to do
and
the 2024
to the
first.
left of the
So you're going to have
photograph,
to
you
pay
see
penalties
the
because you didn't
printer
file
cable
in
that's
time.
run across
So I don't know what the
over
penalties
towards her.
are, but I'll find out.
At any point while you were on scene processing the scene, was Miss Baker's body moved?
Yes,
Okay. Who moved it?
myself and Agent Terry Cooper,
Why did y'all move it?
to take her out to a cleaner area and put her on some clean sheets that we had purchased to check for trace evidence and to also try to recover fingerprints and have more room to work besides in the room where she was found,
What area did y'all move her to?
to the living room.
Okay. So I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 81. When y'all, what am I seeing in 81?
You're seeing the head area of Miss Baker and the power cord that's wrapped around the neck.
Had you done anything to the power cord prior to moving her?
Yes, sir. I cut the power cord from the transformer so we could leave the power cord around the neck of Miss Baker for the forensic pathologist to view.
Okay. State's Exhibit 82, what is that?
That is the right hand of Miss Baker.
State's Exhibit 83, what are we seeing here?
That's a photograph of the left hand of Miss Baker.
Was there anything of significance to you as a forensics detective about her left hand depicted in State's 83?
Yes, there were some wounds, defensive type wounds to the hand.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 84, what are we seeing here?
That is the leg of Miss Baker. I believe it was the right leg of Miss Baker.
Okay. And in particular, what are we seeing in this area here?
That appeared to be a blood transfer pattern that was on the leg, possibly kind kind of in the shape of a hand, made by someone touching that leg.
Did you make any effort to try and process that area of her body?
Yes, sir, we did.
What did you do?
We tried several methods of trying to recover that and to see if there was any fingerprint ridge detail in it. We used a chemical called TMB, and I apologize, I don't know what that TMB stands for, but it's a reagent that reacts with blood, similar to like phenolphthalein or luminol that's used to detect blood. We also applied Polaroid film to that spot in hopes that the TMB and the blood would transfer the pattern to the Polaroid film and have a chemical reaction. And then we also dusted that film with magnetic fingerprint powder, as well as processed that straight on the skin with fingerprint powder to try to recover fingerprints.
Were you successful?
No, sir.
Okay. We talked about environmental factors earlier. How would the environmental factors at this scene affect, if at all, your ability to process for fingerprints?
Well, fingerprints on the body is very difficult to recover. I've only done it once or twice in my life, and that was doing it during testing on myself. It's never worked out on the scene, but it is possible. In this case, we did not have any luck because you also have environmental factors such as the water from the fire, the heat from the fire. The heat made the skin almost feel dry out to like it was leather. Fingerprints are usually left behind by oils and dirts and stuff from the fingers when you touch a surface. In this case, the heat dries that up, and also it absorbs those chemicals and that water and things into the skin because of the heat. You have the fire department putting the fire out. The fact that water's there can wash off any of the oils or trace evidence or things on the skin. But it's extremely difficult to recover fingerprints from a body, but it's not impossible.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 85, ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you recognize that as?
That is showing some of the heat damage to the side of Miss Baker.
And then State's 86, what are we seeing here?
That is the right knee and upper thigh of Miss Baker that was burned.
Did y'all process any other surfaces inside of the residence?
Yes, sir, we did. We processed the doors and the window areas looking for fingerprints.
Was there anything of significance that you noted in your processing of the doors and window areas?
We found what appeared to be white marks on the front door near the peephole, as if somebody had taken a cloth of some sort and wiped the area down. We found other areas where you had most water damage and things as far as fingerprinting, which fingerprint powder and water. The powder is consistent with baby powder. So when it gets wet, it clumps up and it's completely ineffective in trying to recover fingerprints. So it made it difficult. But we saw areas where it appeared to have been wiped down at some point in time before we added the powders.
Okay. Were you able to recover any prints in your processing of the scene?
We recovered one print that appeared to be a palm print on one of the doors, the interior doors, but it turned out it was unidentifiable.
And I'm putting up what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That is a fingerprint that was found on the door. I'd have to look at my report to tell you exactly which door it was, but it was one of the doors inside the residence, one of the bedroom doors, if I recall correctly. Yeah, bedroom number 2, which would have been the first door on your left as you walk into the residence from the outside.
You made reference to a print being unidentifiable just a moment ago. Are you referring to this print or a different one?
To this print.
Okay. And I think, I'm sorry, earlier we talked about the APHIS system at the Athens Clarke County Police Department. What involvement again did you have with that?
Well, I was the project manager that started the program when we first got it, but then I was the APHIS operator for 7 or 8 years before I was promoted and moved on up, and I had other people trained to do it, and I took more of a supervisory responsibility.
And could you remind the jury what APHIS stands for?
The Automated Fingerprint Identification System.
I want to back up now. We talked about the processing of surfaces for fingerprints. Let's back up to processing Ms. Baker's body in the living room on the white sheets for trace evidence.
Sure.
Were you able to find any trace evidence on Ms. Baker's person?
Yes, sir. We did.
Okay. When we're using the terminology trace evidence, does hair fall in that category?
Yes, sir. It does.
Okay. I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked as State's Exhibits 88, 89. And Your Honor, if it's acceptable to the court, I was going to hand Lieutenant Leadall States 88, 89, and 90. And then I was going to ask him to open it at the pocket knife. So if I hand him that.
It is fine.
Thank you.
It's all right.
First, I'll let you review 88, 89, and 90. And then I'm going to hand you this pocket knife. You might open those up. And then before I ask you any other questions about it, I'll take it back to the defense counsel. Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, Lieutenant Leadall has opened States 88, 89, 90. I need those to Mr. Cruz. Sir, I'm going to hand you 88, 89, and 90. And if you could, reach inside the envelope marked States 88 and let me know what is inside of there.
It's a sealed envelope with my handwriting on it, depicting hair recovered from the torso of the victim.
Okay. Does that appear, based on labeling, to be the hair you collected from the torso of the victim?
Based on the labeling, yes, that's correct. My seals are still intact and my initials are over the seals.
And Judge, I moved to tender States 88 at this time.
Any objection? Go ahead.
Based on authentication. I spoke to the state. You said that on cross-examination, I go through the process of authenticating what's in the envelope. So I would ask at this time not to admit that the items into evidence, but on cross, I will open it up and authenticate it with the witness. And if the court finds it appropriate, I'll admit it.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Yellow, any response to the statement by defense counsel?
It's been appropriately authenticated.
I'm going to admit it over objection, but certainly, Mr. Cruz, you can do any of those things that you'd like to on cross-examination. You may continue.
State's Exhibit 89, same thing.
That is a envelope. Again, it has my initials over the seals that was sealed in my handwriting, depicting the hair that was recovered from the buttocks area of Miss Baker.
And does that appear to be the sample that you collected and sealed in your processing of the crime scene?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, I move to tender 89 at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Just the objection.
All right, thank you. I'm going to overrule the objection, admit it over objection.
And then State's Exhibit 90, same thing.
That is also an envelope that has my initials over the evidence seal that contains the hair that was recovered from the left hand of Miss Baker.
And does that appear to be in substantially the same shape as when you collected it and sealed it inside that evidence?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I move to tender 90.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
Only the prior objection.
All right, thank you. I'm going to admit it over objection, but you certainly can cross-examine on Amy's defense counsel's time.
Were those the 3 areas of Miss Baker from which you recovered some type of hair?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your forensic processing, do you test or identify hair?
No.
Mhm.
No, I'm sorry, Judge. If we have just a moment. And I'm going to show Mr. Cruz what's been marked with State's Exhibits 91 and 92. So first I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 91. And that's what you recognize.
I do.
How are you able to recognize it?
From the markings on the bag, which depicts what's in it.
What is it?
It's the electrical cord of the ligature that was taken from around the neck of Miss Baker.
And Judge, I move to attend State's 91 at this time.
Any objection, counsel? It is admitted.
Trey, I'll hand you State's 92. What is that?
That is a sealed bag that's containing the residue that was recovered from around the eye of the stove in the kitchen.
And how do you recognize it?
It's marked on the bag is what it is, and the identification from the police department with our case number.
Your Honor, I move to tender State's 92 at this time.
Any objection?
I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz State's Exhibit 93 at this time. Thank you.
That's right. That's 94, 30, and you're on 90.
So I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 93 at this time. Do you recognize what that is?
It's a box labeled containing the knobs from the kitchen stove from Miss Baker's residence.
Okay. And let me ask you a question about those knobs on the kitchen stove. Where were those knobs when you saw them?
They were attached to the stove in its proper position.
At least you can hear him.
Post that they slide onto.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to say anything that anybody said to you, but was it your understanding that they had been that way when firefighters entered the residence?
Yes,
Okay. As far as attached or not attached to the stove?
both.
Okay. And I don't think we actually labeled this, Judge. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. And does this, well, you've already identified it, sorry. Judge, I move to tender State's 93 at this time.
Any objection? It's admitted.
Sir, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 94 at this time. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's the box containing the knife that was recovered near Miss Baker.
And I'm going to move to tender 94 at this time, Judge.
Any objections? Submitted.
Sir, I'll hand you 95. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's got my name on the bag. Is entering it into the evidence room.
Okay. And what is it?
Sorry.
What is it?
It contains the wood butcher block holder for the knives that was found on the countertop next to the stove.
And Judge, I move to tender State's 95 at this time.
Any objection? It is admitted.
Sir, when you were processing the scene and collecting this evidence, do you recall the brand or manufacturer of the knife block?
If I recall correctly, I believe it was Farberware.
Okay. And do you recall the brand or manufacturer of the knife that was found in Miss Baker's bedroom?
I believe that was also Farberware.
Okay. Mr. Cruz, I think you said it's 96. I'm handing Mr. Cruz State's 96. Lieutenant Leadoff, I'm handing you now State's 96. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
It's a bag that's containing the power transformer to the printer, which I cut that portion off that was around the neck of Miss Baker, and this is the remaining portion of it.
Judge, I move to tender State's 96 at this point.
Any objections? Submitted.
After you finished processing Miss Baker's body for trace evidence, are you aware of what was done with her body?
Yes, she was placed into a disaster bag and she was transported to the GBI crime lab for an autopsy.
Your Honor, if I could have just a moment to confer with Mr. Bolton.
All right, go ahead.
Lieutenant Leadall, as you were processing the crime scene and also Miss Baker's body, were there any odors of significance?
Yes,
And what was that?
I distinctly remember the smell of the shampoo that emitted from her hair. I don't know the brand name or anything like that, but I can smell it to this day.
Judge, I don't have any other questions for Lieutenant Leadall.
All right, thank you. I think before we, Mr. Cruz, we do cross-examination, we're going to take a break.
I agree.
All right, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for a little less than 15 minutes. If you'll go into the jury room, there are, of course, snacks there. The restroom, please don't discuss the case. We will be with you at 3:45. Thank you.
So, what do you guys think? Like, this is crazy that we can't hear it. Yeah. I don't know about y'all, but I have a really hard time hearing it. I hope they get it together tomorrow. Or the lawyer. I don't know why they just can't stay next to the microphone. They were doing so good all day.
All right, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Yamamoto, Mr. Bolden, you all ready? All right, you can bring the jury in. Thank you. We have a box for you. We left it downstairs, Ms. Satterfield. Okay, y'all may be seated.
Hey, did you get a code sent to your phone again? Can you give me that code that was sent to your phone?
Okay. Hold on.
I got a different way for you to get your money, and all you have to do is just wait for the card, which should only take a couple of days, they said.
That. All right, you may let them in. I think they want to come in.
Well, you're going to get 90 back from federal and 306 from state, I think, if I remember right. Huh? Oh, my stomach. Son's supposed to get it on his way home.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Lidow.
Good afternoon, sir.
I would like to follow up with you on some things that the state discussed with you. I'd like to show you State Exhibit 37. Your Honor, is it okay if I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And you have continuing freedom to walk around the courtroom. You don't have to ask.
Now, we've established that you recognize that photo as an aerial view of the Deer Park community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And I would like to also show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 12, 13, 14, and 15. And let the record reflect, I may have skipped 9, 10, and 11. These are pre-marked. Let the record reflect that I'm showing the state said exhibits. Lieutenant Liddell, take your time, look at those photographs. Once you've had opportunity to look at those photographs, just please look up. You recognize defense exhibit 12 through 15, if I have my numbering correct, as aerial views of the Deer Park community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, and they're aerial views from different angles. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are those photographs fan accurate depictions of Deer Park and the surrounding area as you know it?
Yes, sir, they are.
Thank you. Have those photographs been altered in any way to your knowledge?
They don't appear to be, no.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I would move to admit defense exhibit 12 through 15 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They are admitted.
Do you want 37 back?
I'd also like to show you State's Exhibit 47. We've established that you recognize State's Exhibit 47. Is it okay if I approach you, sir?
Yes, sir.
We have established that you recognize that photograph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to show you court's indulgence, Your Honor. I'd like to show you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 9. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 9.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I approach you?
Go ahead. It's fine.
No, I won't be startled.
So I handed you the State's Exhibit and I handed you Defense Exhibit 9. Would you agree that Defense Exhibit 9 is a close-up of the window depicted in State's Exhibit, I believe 27, if I'm not mistaken? I may have that number wrong.
47.
47, please forgive me.
Yes, sir. You're correct.
And do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir. It's the photograph showing the window adjacent to the rear entrance or exit, however you want to look at, to the apartment.
Yes, sir. Has that, to your knowledge, or would you have any reason to disagree that that photo has not been altered in any way?
I would agree.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
Yes, ma'am. And I would ask for permission to publish Defense Exhibit 9 and State's Exhibit 47 to the jury. Thank you. I'd like to show you what is being marked as Defense Exhibit 10. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 10.
Absolutely.
Lieutenant Liddell, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 10?
I do.
Okay, and you recognize Defense Exhibit 10 as the back door that's depicted in State's Exhibit 47. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it's just a closer up view of said door. Is that right?
That's correct.
Would you have any reason to disagree that that photo has not been altered in any way?
Doesn't appear to be altered that I'm aware of.
Yes, sir. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the back door as you remember it to be?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 10 into evidence and publish same to the jury.
No objection, Judge.
This is so upsetting that you can't hear it.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 71. Now, in regards to State's Exhibit 71, I believe we saw a prior photo of material from the ceiling that was on top of Ms. Baker and on top of that item there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to make the record clear, the item that I'm speaking of is the power transformer. Where the power transformer is located, once that debris was moved, is that the place that you found the power transformer located?
Yes.
Okay. And I would ask for permission to publish State's Exhibit 27 to members of the jury.
That was already admitted, correct?
It was.
Granted.
Thank you. And we've already established that on January 19th, 2001, you went to Ms. Baker's home and you had opportunity to view her body, correct? Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
In regards to the evidence located on and around Ms. Baker's body, there were hairs collected from Ms. Baker's left hand. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There were hairs collected from Ms. Baker's body. Is that right?
That's correct.
There was also a hair collected from Ms. Baker's buttocks. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to get you another pair of gloves.
No, I'm good.
Give me 1 second. Court's indulgence. All right, I'd like to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 89, which contains a envelope enclosed, documented as item number 8, hair from buttocks. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors. I would like you to open item number 8 that was within State's Exhibit 89. And I provided you a paper towel for the hair.
Okay. There is no hair in it.
Can you repeat that?
There is no hair inside it.
Thank you.
Back in the envelope where I cut it.
I'd like to show you what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 88. Inside State's Exhibit 88, there's there's an envelope marked number 9. hair from torso area of victim. Are you okay with opening this for me, sir?
There's no hair inside here. There's no hair inside here.
Can I take a break for a second? Bathroom break if it's okay.
Yes, you can. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to go into the jury room for a couple of moments. Please don't discuss the case. Then go ahead, Ms. Cruz. Shirley, we have a box for you.
Well, I guess they're taking a break.
Exhibit, but I will admit it as defense 16 in this manner, without objection.
Lieutenant Liedall, can you tell me the number of hairs that were in State's Exhibit 90?
From this, none. There was 0 in here.
There are no hairs in State's Exhibit 90?
That's correct.
Did you put hairs in the envelope when you sealed it up?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to mark as Defense Exhibit 17 the empty envelope that would have contained the hair from the left hand of Ms. Tara Baker.
Any objection, Mr. Alderman-Shelley?
No objection, Judge.
All right, I will admit it in the same manner as before, without objection.
In regards to your observation of Ms. Baker's home, is it fair to say that you determined that Ms. Baker's front door was deadbolt locked before it was opened by firefighters?
It appears that way, yes.
You would agree that there were multiple bedrooms in Ms. Baker's home, correct?
That's correct.
And they belonged to Ms. Baker's roommates, Ms. Ashley, at the time, Ms. Ashley Peavy, now Mrs. Ashley Peavy Hall, and at the time, Ms. Valerie Lowe, now Dr. Valerie, excuse me. At the time, Ms. Valerie Lang, now Dr. Valerie Lowe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Based on your observations, none of the drawers in Ms. Lang's room appeared to be disturbed.
That's correct.
Based on your observations, none of the drawers in Ms. Peavy's room appeared to be disturbed.
That's correct.
Would you agree that Ms. Lang and Ms. Peavy had jury boxes, computers, and other accessories in plain view within the home?
That's correct. There was.
And of course, I'm sure we agree on this, none of those items were taken from the home.
That's correct.
You also had the opportunity to walk through the living room and the common area of the homes. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
Would you agree with the statement that nothing was stolen, that nothing appeared to be stolen from the living room or common area of the home?
I can't say that with any certainty since I don't live there and don't know what is actually there, but there were items still present.
Do you recall writing a report dated January 21st, 2001?
I do.
You have a copy of that report up there with you?
I do, yes.
Can you turn to page 3 of 11?
Okay.
Can you read the 4th sentence? And the first sentence ends in burglaries. So the first sentence you'll see is commonly removed in burglaries. Can you read the 3rd sentence from that period?
Some items have been moved after the fire, indicated from markings on the floor.
Read the sentence before that one.
The living room and common area of the residence contained furniture and a television/VCR.
And can you read the next sentence?
Nothing appeared to be disturbed prior to the fire.
Thank you. So it's fair to say that nothing appeared to be disturbed in the living room and common area.
That's correct.
Now, you also then had opportunity, and I believe I provided you with an exhibit, the state provided you with an exhibit as well, but we can agree that you had an opportunity to examine the window in the kitchen area, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you would agree that the blinds were down on both the window on the door as well as the window in the dining area?
Yes, sir, they were.
Thank you. I believe you discussed this with the state, but during your examination of the home, you learned that several items had wipe marks. Is that right?
The door area, the front door near the peephole, and other areas, white marks probably from just general cleaning throughout the course of that door being there. I can't say when the white marks occurred, but there were marks there that were picked up when I put fingerprint powder to those surfaces.
So is it fair to say that we don't know if the white marks happened after Ms. Baker's murder, nor do we know if the white marks happened before Ms. Baker's murder?
That would be correct, yes.
And those white marks were present on the stove. Would you agree with that?
I don't recall if there was any on the stove.
Sure. Can you turn to page 9 of 11 of your January 21st, 2001 report, please? And if you will go to the second paragraph, in the 4th sentence from the bottom, that starts with in processing the front door. Can you read that, please?
In processing the front door, stove, and window sill, markings similar to one wipes the surface with a rag were found. The markings on the front of the door were consistent with a person looking out the peephole and placing left hand on the door. The white mark where the left hand would have been as well as along the door edge. White marks were also found on the window sill in the dining area.
Thank you. Now, when Ms. Baker was found, you would agree that she was completely naked.
That's correct.
There were no clothes around her that were notated in your report. Is that right?
That's correct.
And a towel was not found near her body.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I don't have any more questions for Lieutenant Leadall. Thank you so much for your service. Those are my questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Yellowman-Chili?
Briefly, Judge, Lieutenant Leadall, as it relates to the hairs you collected, did you package those hairs?
I did.
Did you send them to the GBI?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And that would have been for some kind of analysis or testing possibilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you have any idea what the GBI did with them once they received them?
I do not.
Does not have any other questions for Lieutenant Leadall? Thank you.
Any recross, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am, but I do have a motion.
All right. Do you, all right.
Or we could approach, if you don't want to send the jury out, we could approach it.
All right. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I may do that anyway, but come on up, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you into the jury room for just a few moments. Don't discuss the case. Be with you shortly. Thank you.
Geez, now what do they need to talk about?
Thank you. All right, Mr. Cruz, your motion. Go ahead, sir.
I would just like to renew my motion in regards to, and I'll say motion to eliminate, to admission of testimony that the oral swab B is a vaginal swab. The additional information that I'm providing to the court is consistent with our prior argument that regarding the collection of that swabbing and the markings of that swabbing, and what Dr. Falzone testified to in regards to the procedure, as well as the supervision of making sure items are properly marked and properly identified. As the court saw, we just had, I believe it's 3 envelopes. One was supposed to contain, was marked to contain hair from Ms. Baker's hand. And we heard testimony from the Honorable Lieutenant Leadall that he collected it, he put it in the envelope. It is now missing. We also had a hair that was identified that was on Ms. Baker's butt that the Honorable Lieutenant Leadall stated that he put in the envelope. It is now missing. And we also heard about the hair, we also heard testimony about the hair that was on Ms. Baker's chest that the Honorable Lieutenant Leadall secured, packaged up. It is now missing. I would ask the Honorable Court to consider that in regards to our argument regarding the oral swabs. And 23 years later, the state is going to attempt to introduce testimony that these oral swabbings are now vaginal swabs. Thank you for hearing me out, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Golden, Mr. Yellowman-Chili, any response?
Yes, Your Honor. I think Mr. Cruz is confusing the admissibility of the evidence versus the, I guess, the significance of it. It's hard to really understand. I would point out that we had the motion, motion in limine, whatever he characterized it as, when Dr. Falzone was on the stand. But then when I actually moved to tender the exhibit, there was no objection. So there's no contemporaneous objection to the admission of the evidence. I think, again,
Mr. Cruz, it's your motion. I'll let you respond when he's finished.
Yes, ma'am.
Respectfully to Mr. Cruz, I think he's misunderstanding the fact that there will be additional testimony about not only the items that Lieutenant Leadall just entered into evidence, but also those that Dr. Falzone entered. You can't have one witness testify about everything as it relates to the piece of evidence. That's why you tender it and then have testify. So I don't know what the grounds are that he's asking to move to exclude the exhibit relative to oral swabs A, but they're admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Thank you. And thank you.
If I may, Your Honor, as I mentioned when I learned about the swabbings today, this is a motion that I brought up as this issue came to my attention. If the Honorable Court is willing, we come in tomorrow and provide the Honorable Court with cases. And just to clear up Mr. Bowden's, if I misstated anything, so when it comes to chain of custody, the state has to establish an appropriate chain of custody before evidence is admitted. If not, if there's an issue with the chain of custody, and I provide the Honorable Court with a case or cases regarding this issue, that evidence is to be excluded. We have a chain of custody log. And one of the biggest issues with the chain of custody log is the same way those items were packaged here today. They're the same way on the chain of custody log. And I said, well, maybe because it was improperly marked, they just put it in this way. But actually seeing the packages ourselves, and I should have opened it. I didn't even think about opening it to see if something's actually in the box. I would just ask the Honorable Court to allow us to have a hearing. I'll present the case law pursuant to chain of custody. I'll be able to present the chain of custody report to the Honorable Court. And the Honorable Court has already heard the testimony from Lieutenant Liedall about what he collected and what's missing. And I think it would be appropriate, if the Honorable Court finds that it is appropriate, to allow us to present that issue to you in regards to suppression of any future testimony that is now attempting to relabel swabs that have been documented as oral for 23 years to now say they are vaginal swabs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to deny your motions, Mr. Cruz, and this is the reason for them. You are asking the court to kind of venture into the purview of the jury. There has, first of all, I agree with the state that the evidence you are complaining about with the doctor
Of course
expert
you
we had this
do
morning
agree with the
was
state.
admitted into evidence. The issues that you're referring to right now with regard to any evidence that has been admitted with this witness goes to the weight of that evidence. And the argument you're making about about chain of custody is an argument that you are entitled to make to the jury if you choose to do that. But what you're arguing is the weight of the evidence. And so I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
One question for you, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I follow up with a couple of questions for Lieutenant Liedall, separate from our motion, but once the jury comes back out?
So hang on just a second. I'm trying to remember where we were before I sent the jury out. Did you finish your redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I asked a single question.
Okay.
Single question, but three.
Right, and I have not yet asked you if you had any recross. Is that correct?
He indicated he did not have recross and thanked Lieutenant Liedall for the service.
Okay, that's correct. All right, I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Cruz. Can you bring the jury out, please? I do remember that now. Musical chairs. All right, you all may be seated. Thank you. All right, may Detective or Lieutenant Liedall be excused?
We'd ask that he is, Judge.
Any objection from the defense?
I have him under subpoena. I would just ask that that he's subject to recall. I spoke to Lieutenant Liedall. He explained to me his schedule.
Okay.
The Honorable Court will allow, if we have the opportunity to call Lieutenant Liedall back, we would just ask if he would prefer that we allow him to do it via WebEx.
I can add to that, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have no objection to returning back. I would just need enough notice because I live 30 minutes away. And I'm also possibly testifying sometime next week in DeKalb County in a state court case. And I don't know the exact date. So other than that, I'm free and able to come at any time.
Thank you, sir. So the answer to your question, Ms. Cruz, is yes and yes. So Lieutenant Liedall, you are still on call. You're still under subpoena. And I'll let you work it out with your witness if you need to ask the court for permission for a video testimony. I've already told you that you can do that. And so I'll leave that to you to just let the court know whether that's necessary. Other than that, you are free to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Your Honor, may I step out to obtain
Yes.
information?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Yalman-Chile, Mr. Bolden, you may call your next witness. You may.
Laura, they're going to be done for the day? Gee, I hope so. And they get those mics fixed. I don't know why the people from Law and Crime can't tell them to stand still.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call a next witness, but I'm going to break today at 5 o'clock. So we're going to get through as much as we can with this next witness, and then I'm going to send you home. So I just wanted you to kind of know the plan. All right, Mr. Yalamanchili, you may call your next witness.
State calls Brian Grove.
Could you get Brian Grove, please?
Sir, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear affirm testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. If you could, please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record.
Brian Grove, Grove.
And Mr. Grove, where are you currently employed?
I'm a fire protection engineer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF.
And how long have you been working for the ATF?
About 26 years.
All right. And if you give me just a moment, my computer's not exactly cooperating with me. And if you could, please describe your work experience with the ATF.
I'm a fire protection engineer, so my job is to help ATF certified fire investigators with the science part of their investigations.
What's the, well, you already talked about the role of a fire protection engineer at ATF. What is the field of fire dynamics?
So fire dynamics is the science of fire, kind of the physics of fire, how fires start, how they spread, how buildings interact with fire, how people interact with fire. Anything really dealing with the physics or the science of fire.
And how does your expertise assist fire investigators?
So fire investigators are asked to figure out where a fire started, and then if they can do that, how a fire started. So we get involved with those processes, as well as timeline and some other things.
And so if we could, starting with your undergraduate degree, do you mind going through your educational background?
Sure. I have an undergrad degree, Bachelor's of Science in Fire Protection Engineering from the University of Maryland, as well as a Master of Science, also in the same field from the University of Maryland.
And besides those degrees, do you have any licenses or certifications?
I do.
And what are those?
I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California.
And what's required to obtain that designation as a registered professional engineer?
So typically you need a 4-year degree from an accredited university, as well as 2 years work experience under another registered professional engineer. And then you also have to sit for an 8-hour exam that all engineers would take, and then another 8-hour exam that's specific to your discipline.
Have you ever been a part of any kind of presentations or written any publications?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how many presentations and publications have you been a part of?
Publications, probably about 10. Presentations, hundreds.
Have you done any teaching in the field?
Yes.
All right. And what topics have you taught on, and approximately how many times have you taught?
So we teach state and local fire investigators, as well as our fire investigators. Those are generally who we teach. Also attorneys sometimes, just on the sort of the science of fire.
And how many cases approximately have you worked involving fire dynamics?
I've been with ATF for about 26 years, say 20 cases a year, so over 500.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness?
I have.
And in what field have you been qualified as an expert previously?
As a fire protection engineer.
And approximately how many times have you testified as an expert as a fire protection engineer?
Over 20.
Okay. Judge, at this point, I don't know if Mr. Cruz would like to voir dire the witness at all.
All right, Mr. Cruz, if you'd like to, you may go ahead. All right, thank you. Mr. Yalamanchili, go ahead.
Judge, I would move to admit Mr. Grove as an expert in fire protection engineering.
Mr. Cruz, any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. This witness is an expert in the area of fire protection engineering.
And Your Honor, would you like me to continue or?
We have 15 minutes. I'm going to ask you to actually continue. I think it's, we talked about stopping now, but it's only 4:45, so we have 15 minutes.
Okay,
Thank
and
you,
I
sir.
have
Thank
some
you.
more questions
All
before
right.
we reach that point.
Yes, sir.
How did you get involved in this case?
Special Agent Will Purdue reached out to me and told me about the case.
All right. And what was requested of you when you were contacted about the case?
He gave me a brief overview of his knowledge of the case, sent me some photos of the scene, a couple of reports, a diagram, and then we talked about ways that maybe we could help with the timeline of the fire, as well as there was an issue of some burn material on a stove and whether or not it'd be possible to ignite textile materials on a stove.
Okay. What is the fire triangle?
So the fire triangle is a way for fire investigators or scientists to organize their thoughts in terms of what do you need to have a flame or fire. And there's three legs of the triangle. One would be fuel in its vapor or gas phase. So this would be solid, but we're talking about like a gas phase. Another would be an oxidizer, which is typically oxygen and air. So we need air to have fire. And then lastly would be heat. Initially that heat might come from a lighter. And then at some point a fire supplies its own heat and you have a self-sustaining reaction.
Okay. What is a fuel limited fire?
So a fuel limited fire would be a fire that's limited only by the amount of fuel that can be vaporized. So if you think of a campfire outside, that's a fuel limited fire.
Okay. And what is a ventilation limited fire?
So a ventilation limited fire, at some point, if you take that campfire, let's say a couch, maybe you burn the couch outside, it's a fuel limited fire. You bring that couch inside and it gets large enough and it's burned for long enough time that it consumes the oxygen in the room. And then ventilation becomes the dominant factor in the size of the fire.
Well, and that kind of dovetails perfectly with my next question. What is a ventilation limited fire?
So ventilation limited fire, the size of the fire is dictated by how much fresh air you can get to the fire. All fires start out fuel limited in a room, and then at some point they typically transition, and they'll go out unless you open a door or a window fails or something like that to allow fresh air into the space.
Okay. And if you could, would you describe the term heat release rate?
So heat release rate is a term that we use.
So your objection is to foundation? And can you elaborate on that objection? All right, thank you. Any response, Mr. Yalamanchili?
I'm not sure exactly how to respond to that, Your Honor. I'm not sure that Mr. Grove could have, without my having asked a question, started explaining these topics, but it's certainly a foundation based on his knowledge, training, and experience has been laid for him to describe these topics, since he's an expert that's taught extensively in the field of fire dynamics and engineering.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Okay. Could you please describe the term heat release rate?
Heat release rate is the power of a fire, the intensity of a fire. Really, we're looking at size. So if you think of like a 60-watt light bulb or a 100-watt light bulb, that's the power of that light bulb. We're interested in the same units for fire, but rather than dealing in watts, we're dealing in thousands of watts, kilowatts, or megawatts, millions of watts.
Okay. Is part of your preparation for testimony after your work on this case, did you create a PowerPoint in order to facilitate a discussion of the
Overruled. You may continue.
Did you create a PowerPoint in order to facilitate your testimony as a demonstrative aid?
I did.
Okay. All right.
Before admission of the PowerPoint, can I have opportunity to reduce name?
Yes.
Or publication, forgive me.
Okay. Well, can I see both counsel dementia real quick? Thank you.
Hi, honey. Oh no, I just don't feel good. My stomach hurts me so bad. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, honey. What's in here? You don't feel like cooking, don't cook. Well, it's a little late for that. I'm gonna cook. I want the fish. After I take something else, my stomach will feel better. I mean, my God, I've gone to the bathroom at least 10, 15
Ladies and gentlemen,
times.
we have decided this is actually a good stopping point, even though I was trying to make use of every single minute before 5 o'clock. I'm going to release you all to go home and come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock as scheduled. I want to tell you a few things. Obviously, the same instructions apply. I'm going to continue repeating those. It's important. Please don't discuss the case, of course, with anyone. Please don't do any research or go to any of the locations that you may have heard about. Don't go on the internet, of course, and do any independent research or study about anything you may have heard in court. I do want to talk a little bit about comings and goings of the courthouse. We haven't really talked about that. I really appreciate everybody wearing your juror badge. So certainly it is very important that when you get out of your car to come into the courthouse, that you're wearing that. It's very important that everyone in the courthouse knows that you are a juror in a case and that no one can talk to you about the case. So it's very important to keep wearing those. Thank you very much. When you come in the morning for your 9 o'clock hour, please come directly to this courtroom and we're going to have you go into the jury room as there are snacks in there and drinks, and Mr. Terrell makes great coffee, and so there'll be coffee in there for you, but please come straight to the courtroom. Every day that you leave, you're going to be escorted on the elevator by a deputy. And so as soon as I release all of you, if you'll go out into the hallway, there will be a deputy there waiting to escort you to the elevator. Deputy will ride down with you, and then you can go to your cars. And that's kind of the process we're going to use. Does anybody have any questions or anything they need to tell the court before we go? Very good. Thank you for your service today. I'm going to release all of you. See you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Man, it's been a long day. I haven't felt good at all, so I'm just going to end it. I'm sorry I didn't talk much, but anyways, you guys have a good night. Stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one, okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.